صباح الخير عليكم يا جماعة. Good morning. I hope you had a nice first day of the workshop. I personally enjoyed it a lot. Just a few points before I introduce you to the day and then to the speakers of the day. Just wanted to let you know that the contact person for us from WHO is either myself or my colleague Mr. Ahmed Hashim for the next 4 days. The contact from the General Organization for Teaching Hospitals and Institutes, الهيئة العامة للمستشفيات التعليمية, is Dr. Marianne Riyad. In case you need anything either from us or from Gati, we will be available. So very quickly, just to walk you through the agenda for today. Today, inshallah, we'll be starting with a recap of the day. And this will be by Ms. Malika Tamim, who is a technical officer in Evidence and Data Policy Department unit in EMRO, Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office of the WHO. Is the sound okay? Is it echoing? Is it fine? So hopefully the setup today is better than yesterday. It's a bigger place, so there's more space for group work. And also the lighting, we're working on the lighting. The screen is bigger, so hopefully this is satisfactory for everyone. Again, if you have any questions, the contact person will be Mr. Ahmed Hashim. So beginning of today, we will recap by Ms. Malika, and then we will do about a 20 to 30-minute exercise with Dr. Paul Garner, who will be introducing how to conduct a systematic review for the guideline development. And then we'll be doing the group exercise. We'll follow this with a very short coffee break. It says 30 minutes here, but we'll have about 15 minutes. It's going to be a very quick one so that we keep the pace up. And then we will go on to grade and introduction to grade tables and some more group exercise, followed by introduction to evidence to decision framework by Dr. Arash Rashidian, along with Dr. Paul Garner. We will then take a longer coffee break around 1 o'clock to 1:30, depending on when we finish. And then we will start working with Dr. Edith Patouyar from HQ, our senior health economist, along with Dr. Ahmed Khalifa, our country office health economist. We'll be working with them on an introduction to economic evaluation. And then plenty of time for questions and answers. Before the end of the day, Dr. Nathan will be helping us work on the use of decision trees in developing guideline recommendations. So hopefully with that in mind, is there any question on the progress of the day? Any query before we get started? Okay, I guess with this we can please start, Malika. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the day 2 of the technical workshop on National Guideline Program in Egypt. So I'll give you a brief recap of yesterday's day 1 of the workshop. So we had the opening session, and in the opening session we heard welcome remarks and opening remarks from Dr. Muhammad Fauzi, who is the chairman of GOTI. Then we heard from Dr. Naima, the WR of Egypt, and we also heard from Dr. Rashidian. And we heard how this program is in line with the Vision 2030 for healthier populations and universal health coverage, and how it's also in line with the President's 100 Million Healthy Lives initiative, and that it will help with the unification of all the treatment and care under one umbrella. And also from Dr. Rashidian, we heard about how the guideline program is not only focusing on guidelines, but the quality of the methodology as well, and also to increase understanding of all the groups and all the stakeholders on the assessment and appraisal of evidence and how to assess and challenge evidence. And then we also heard from Dr. Mehrnaz the objectives of the workshop and also the participants present here. And then this was followed by the first session of the workshop, which was on key concepts. And in this session, we covered the basic concepts of guidelines, such as introduction to guidelines, which covered the steps of guideline development at WHO and the conflict of interest management procedures that are followed, as well as the use of grade and also group decision-making procedures. And we also heard from Dr. Paul about the importance of collectively appraising evidence and discussing the variations in practices and discussing areas of equipoise or uncertainty or matters which are debated. And we discussed as well in a group the need for a national guideline program for adaptation and contextualization in the Egyptian context, despite even if there is no national evidence, how to contextualize international evidence. And we heard from Dr. Rashidian on the differences between adoption, adaptation, and de novo synthesis. And what expertise or what disciplines are needed in a guideline development group. And the last presentation for this session 1 was on the scoping of guidelines and formulating PICO questions. And this session ended with a group exercise where the participants presented the PICO questions on different topics. For the session 2, we began session 2 at the end of the day yesterday on evidence synthesis. And for this session, we were introduced to the systematic reviews and steps for conducting a systematic review. In this session, there was also a interactive group exercise where participants had to make the correct order of the steps of systematic review. And this was followed by another group exercise as well on critical appraisal of systematic reviews. And with that, the day closed for session 2, and today we will continue into session 2 as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Malika. Dr. Paul, can I please, I don't need to introduce you, everybody knows you now. So we will be talking with Dr. Paul on conducting and using a systematic review for guideline development, which will be followed by a group exercise that we've been getting ready for you. Do you have the clicker, sir? Yeah. This is the clicker, and let me get your presentation now.
Good morning. You've all got, the room's got bigger. I'm just wondering what's going to happen tomorrow. We'll probably in a huge hangar and so yeah, it's the no, it's the one below that, illustrative graphs.
Okay.
Thank you. So when I was, I hadn't really heard about evidence-based medicine and systematic reviews after I'd come back from Papua New Guinea. I worked in Papua New Guinea for many years, and I was at a meeting where Ian Chalmers, who really set up, Dave Sackett was important to it, but Ian Chalmers really set it up in the UK, this sort of collaboration around doing systematic reviews. And it was very interesting because I met him first at a meeting when he was with, there were doctors, midwives, and some patients, and they were all discussing about obstetric care. Yes, ma'am? Okay, thank you. Please, they were all talking about obstetric care and normal childbirth and what should happen. And in the UK at the time, it was quite interventionist in normal births. There was a debate about whether women should lie on the bed or they could move around. There was debates about shaving. There was debates about routine enemas and routine episiotomies. And what was interesting was that the doctors were talking about the need for all these procedures in their clinical opinion, and the midwives that had been working with Ian Chalmers and others were actually able to say, well, what is your evidence for this? So it was an interesting process of democratizing research evidence so that all could understand it. And I thought that was a very interesting process. And when I became involved in global health with WHO and others, some years ago, there was a perception that WHO had an expert group that made a decision about mass drug administration or some form of care, and they got the experts, the GOBSAT. Remember GOBSAT? Good old boys sat around a table to come out with a statement about what should be done, and then it was just a question of telling countries what to do. And in a sense, that is still a residual issue, in my view, in this area, and that we must. But the thing about evidence-based approaches and the approach that we're giving you, particularly today, is about people understanding what the evidence base is behind the recommendations and decisions, so they understand how it's been made, or they understand the evidence themselves, and indeed this is for you to then interpret. So now we're seeing there was some debate, Nathan will perhaps remember, early on, about whether WHO guidelines or recommendations should include the evidence summaries, the systematic reviews, the basis on which the decisions were made. And early on, people said, no, we don't need people to see that. People don't need to see how we made the decision. But actually, the whole point of the grade process is you provide people with that information, both the systematic reviews, the top part of the diagram, there's the evidence from the systematic reviews that we used, and here is in the deliberations of the committee, this was the structured conversation that they had and the other factors they took into account that led to the recommendation. So I know we had this discussion yesterday about adoption and so forth, and that was an important discussion. But the whole point of the process in making this all transparent is to allow countries not to just take, oh, that looks like a good recommendation, but to understand the rationale behind it, the evidence behind it, the balance of benefits and harms. You wanted to make a comment? Okay, but that's fair, isn't it? That's a fair comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. I agree with what you say, but I'm just thinking that, the reasons that maybe we need to have some guidelines with less pages is to have the evidence behind it as annex, not as the main body of the guideline. I mean, whoever wants to see that, what is the evidence behind the recommendations, so they can go and refer to the annex, to the attachments, to find those evidence. But when we include them as a main body of the guidelines, it will be too many pages, which make it kind of huge guideline for reaching out to the recommendations. Thank you.
And I would just make a point reinforce a point that I made yesterday, which is that what became apparent for WHO in the development of guidelines during the COVID pandemic, where there was an inundation of evidence, some good evidence, some bad evidence, and there was pressure from member states for WHO to produce guidance within days, not weeks. So the usual process of systematic reviews and assessing the certainty of evidence was very, very highly compressed. So people were reviewing evidence, formulating recommendations very, very quickly, and that information would change within a matter of months as new information became available. One example might be the treatment of SARS-CoV-2. We now have a large number of randomized trials that can inform which medicines to use. But in the first year of the pandemic, we didn't have randomized trial evidence. We had lots and lots of small information from small observational studies, clinics from all over the world reporting. And WHO couldn't just say nothing and wait for a randomized trial to occur. We were being put under pressure to say what we felt about all this information that was coming through. And what became apparent during this very chaotic, high-pressure period of guideline development was that the one principle that was more important, that was perhaps the most important principle of guideline development was transparency. It was ensuring that whoever picked up a WHO guideline and looked at what was being recommended could also see what information was being looked at, who was in the room when the decision was being made, and then they could make their own judgment as to whether the WHO guideline was trustworthy or whether they had additional information to consider. So this principle of perhaps the guideline itself needs to be short and simple and have a nice summary at the front of the guideline, but it's important to ensure that through annexes and other places, every end user, anyone who picks up the guideline, can eventually find out what information was being used to form the basis of the guideline. So transparency became one of the highest principles of guideline development, particularly in this very urgent and difficult decision-making situation that we had over the last couple of years.
Thank you. So this is really giving a backdrop to the purpose of today, so that you understand or get an insight into this. So part of what we did yesterday was talk about systematic reviews, and just as a recap, a narrative review has no protocol, methods are variable, the inclusion criteria are not clear, risk of bias is not assessed. However, in a good systematic review, this is a crash course, by the way. Normally this would take a bit longer to go through all this. But in a systematic review, you have a clear question, you have a protocol which is completed, and we talked about that yesterday. The methods are made clear, and we started using checklists about how you might appraise the methods. The inclusion criteria are clear. So one of the commonest mistakes made in systematic reviews is people think it's just a systematic search. They've got a huge complicated Medline search, but actually it's having very clear inclusion criteria. And we talked yesterday about risk of bias being assessed. Is the sound all right? Yep. Risk of bias being assessed, that's very important. And this I mentioned yesterday the strength of the evidence is not usually assessed in a systematic review, but these, in a Cochrane review and more advanced reviews being used in WHO, there's a systematic investigation of risks of bias, and we'll take you through that today, and that the decisions, the evidence is interpreted in the light of the quality of the evidence. Yes?
We recognise it might, particularly at the back, it's a little difficult with all the lights, so we're going to try to reduce the lights so that the slides are a bit more visible. But remember as well that all slides will be available, so while we try and sort that out, eventually you will have access to all of these.
So we're going to be looking at graphs now, and if you really can't see them at the back, you'll probably need to move forward, but let's see how it goes. So in effects reviews, for many assessments of the benefits and harms, I mean, as doctors and health professionals, we're constantly balancing up between doing nothing, intervening, and when we intervene, there are benefits and there are harms. And it's about balancing the benefits of a drug versus the harms in terms of adverse effects, for example, or a surgical procedure, how it benefits the patient. So this balance of benefits and harms is often quite modest, and the assessment of it is, the reliable assessment is usually through randomized controlled trials, which where a sample population is randomized into two groups. One gets the new treatment, one gets the control treatment or the comparator treatment, and then you measure the outcome. So that because the height, age, severity of disease, you hope is, by this process of randomization, allocated evenly between the two groups. If there's a difference in the outcome, you can, like the death rate, you can attribute that to the treatment, that the intervention, rather than some other patient characteristic. So the disadvantage of observational studies is you don't know whether the difference in outcome relates to clinical choice in which group people have gone to. So that's a very basic principle of randomized controlled trials. Obviously, there are other situations where you have to take observational evidence into account when it isn't present, as Nathan was talking about, and there are ways of looking at that, but and ways of assessing that evidence. But at the moment, let's just stick with the main form of assessment. And yesterday, we talked about corticosteroids because it's an easy sort of topic to understand in meningitis, that you give this drug to damp down the infection because some of the illness and the symptoms may be caused by inflammation in the brain, but of course giving a very strong anti-inflammatory drug to people that are already sick may also be harmful. So it's a good question around benefits and harms. So, and we talked about a study design being an RCT, an intervention group being people on TB treatment given steroids. The others have exactly the same treatment except they don't have steroids in the outcome. And we looked at the trial, the big trial that was done some years ago, showing an obvious effect. And this obvious effect, this intervention group, 87, this is the outcome of death, 87 out of 274 died in the intervention group, and 112 out of 271 in the control group died. And you don't need a PhD in statistics to realize that there's a pretty substantive difference. And when you test it statistically, it's a 23% reduction, no, 23% reduction in mortality. And the confidence intervals, people get worried about confidence intervals, but confidence intervals are the little wings that tell you how certain, and this is quite important in grade, how certain are you of this 23% reduction? How certain are you? And statistically, just simply with the numbers, and not with anything else, with trial design, not with anything else like that, just simply with the numbers, you do this thing called an assessment of the confidence intervals, how confident you are statistically in that estimate of 0.77. And what the confidence intervals say, and forgive me if this is all well known to you all, but it's often good just to have a bit of a refresher. The confidence intervals say, if I did a trial 20 times, if I repeated it 20 times, in 19 of those times, the relative risk would come out to between, could be as low as 0.61 or up to 0.96, but it would be most of the time. This is what repeats would do. So this is how confident you are in this estimate. So obviously in small studies, the confidence intervals become wide, and in bigger studies, they become more narrow, and so the more narrow they are more certain you are. And of course, as soon as this crosses 1, you're now then including effects that may or may not show no effect. So that's what's important about confidence intervals, and we can talk about it'll come up again. So we've talked about why our systematic reviews are needed, and meta-analysis needed. A study by chance will come up with a particular estimate of effect, so you need to take all the reliable studies into account. I remember when I started in global health, there was a trial in Ghana that vitamin A reduced child mortality. And everybody went, wow, we're going to have to introduce it throughout Africa. And then another trial was published a few weeks later in Indonesia that showed no effect. So you had 2 studies showing different effects. So in terms of making a recommendation, you can't choose one. You can say, well, we believe the Ghana study, or we don't like the Indonesians, or you can't do that. You have to take the totality into account and work out what's going on. So systematic reviews are this analytical method for synthesizing evidence. And we talked about this yesterday. So what we what we were talking about last night is actually giving you some skills or a little bit of a background in forest plots so that you can then impress your colleagues and be able to interpret them. And indeed, Nathan will bear this out. These are well understood and well used in clinical guidelines groups by general doctors and professionals and others, Nathan, aren't they? So, but people do need to understand them. So forgive me if you already do understand them, but we thought it'd be worthwhile going through a few. Is that okay with people? Is it? Yeah. So here's the one of steroids in meningitis. Now this is the question of whether you can see it all right. What can you? It's not too bad actually, is it? It's nice, it's good.
We can't actually make out the numbers. We can't read. This is too tiny.
Come.
A huge screen.
Come forward then. Can people? Yeah. Well, if people, honestly, we can't do this session.
Can't we magnify it a bit, like we have? It's about the concept, not the data. So we don't have to see the number.
So could this, can you see the numbers? Just, we're going to go into the numbers. Could people that can't see the numbers stand up? Let's come forward a little bit so that we can look at it from here. Honestly, I can't do this session unless you can see the graphs. So, oh, see, then you can't see the comparisons. We did talk about this last night, and so if you can't see, please come forward. Please, it's going to be about 20 minutes. It's just going to require you to stand.
That's much nicer.
Oh, is it? Ah, okay. Is that better? Yeah. So, would anybody like to? You look like a person that knows what's going on. What is GIRIS in 1991? What is this row referring to?
15% reduction, risk reduction.
Yep. But what is it, just so people understand what the row is? So, but just before you get to the statistics, sir, what this row is a study. Okay? It's one randomized controlled trial. Sorry, you're way ahead of, I'm going back to basics here. So each row is a randomized controlled trial that met the inclusion criteria of the review. Okay? So, and they met the inclusion criteria of one group getting steroids, one getting placebo, and this is the outcome of death. So this single graph refers only to randomized controlled trials and those that measured the outcome of death. So in GIRIS in 1991, there were 145 people in the corticosteroid group, of which 72 died. What a horrible disease this is. And in the control group that didn't get steroids, there were 135, of which 79 died. And you can sort of see that there are slightly fewer deaths in the corticosteroid groups, and as Sir quite rightly pointed out, the point estimate, the relative risk, is 0.85, so in clinical terms we can say that's a 15% reduction in mortality. But the little wings, it's quite a big study, but the little wings, the confidence intervals, if you see what I mean, how confident are you in the results? Well, actually the confidence, it could be as low as 0.68, it could be as good as that, or alternatively, it could be associated, if you redid the studies 20 times, some of the estimates could include no effect or actually a 5% increase in mortality. So that's what the confidence intervals give. Is that right, sir?
Yes, right. The blue dot, it does mean not strong or something?
So, yeah, that's a good question. The blue dot really talks about the weight of that study to the overall meta-analysis. Okay, so it's just a graphical device. So basically you have all of these studies here, and if you can see, look, there's this study here, Showman 1997, 4 deaths out of 70 in steroids, 13 out of 71 in the control group, very large effect. It's not a bad size study. Big effects, but confidence intervals, huge reduction in mortality, but the confidence intervals go up to nearly go up to 1. So, and that's what you'd expect in a smaller study. So these are the individual confidence intervals, and this is the point of the. No one, in the past, before systematic reviews, people would try to make a decision on a single randomized controlled trial. And they say, oh, well, this looks very good, and we must use it, and so on. But this is the whole point. So you look at it all together, and then look at the pattern of the dots.
I'm just going to add 2 points which we'll come on to later, which is because we're going to be talking, this is all to introduce you to the grade process, which we'll be talking about later. And as we mentioned yesterday, grade is about assessing the overall certainty of the evidence. So what we have here is this summary estimate of what we see if we put all of the evidence together. And so we would conclude from summarizing all of that information that corticosteroids have an effect on mortality. But two items that the grade process asks you to consider are imprecision and inconsistency. And imprecision is really about how big these confidence intervals are. And the bigger box represents a larger study. So they had more people in the study, and so they were able to come up with more precise estimates because it's a very large study. So these two blue boxes represent big studies. And as you can see, they have more patients in them, 72, 87, than these other studies that have very wide confidence intervals, and that's because they have smaller numbers of patients in them. That's imprecision. And the other one is inconsistency. And what we see here from the totality of the evidence is that almost all of the studies are on the left-hand side of the line. So they're relatively consistent. They're all more or less saying the same thing. There's this one study here which is on the right-hand side, and one might want to ask, well, what happened in that one study? What makes it different from all of the others? But one might, just eyeballing this forest plot, one might conclude there's relative consistency in this totality of evidence because almost all of the studies are on the left-hand side of the line.
Thank you.
This does mean that the right-hand side, this right-hand side line on the top of the table, it does mean this is against the other. Yes. Okay.
So I mean, the study at the top is small, and that's why. Well, it is, but the confidence intervals go from there to there. So it's huge, and all you would need is one patient in that. So one of these was not a death in that group, was a death in that group, and it'd be more or less the same. Okay, so it's very, very insensitive. Yes?
What if if there is a systematic review with all sample size of all studies are small? Could the recommendation be reliable or not? As we see here, the small sample size studies, the results are different from the larger sample size studies.
Sure. So the basic principle is you include all the evidence, big or small studies, and take this into account overall. So the aim is not to start excluding studies, although you might do that in you include everything, see what it looks like, and take it from there. So you don't exclude studies just because they don't show the result of all the other studies. You leave them in there to look at consistency.
Yeah, good morning again. I'm Soha Ahmed. I'm a radiation oncologist consultant. So actually the first plot is the pooling of the literature data in order just to make it easy to have a pooled analysis in one paper rather than go all through those papers. So it's good to go through the figures, but me, a clinician, I have another eye, which is, does it really relative to me when I take a decision, even if it is a positive? So if we come here, the size of the main trial that has an impact, if we just show the blue boxes, they are same large, and if we subdivide it 30.5% over 42.3%, this is consistent about 71% of the whole pooling analysis. Though the pooling analysis is just 71% from one study. So this is a clinical issue. Another one is this study taking off in 1991, and we have also here some in 2004 and 2006. So I will base my evidence upon a study which is 91, and I have a small sample size which is irrelevant in the future time. So I have to make a consideration on this.
So all of these things you will be able to take into account as we go forward. Indeed, on the back of this analysis, nobody would do a placebo-controlled trial because it would be regarded as unethical. But let's move on. You've got it. Yes.
Could we include observation study in the meta-analysis, or should it be all randomized controlled trials?
Yeah, I mean, when you've got such a huge, this is quite a big evidence base of randomized controlled trials, so there probably wouldn't be a lot of point in then putting observational studies in, and because the bias is so unquantifiable. Okay, so of course, then the other thing with this condition, is you give steroids, but what you're trying to do is preserve life, but also you're concerned that you may preserve life, but in the more severely unwell people, and that they have more disability. You're helping the more, so that neurological deficit, it would be important to see if there was an increase in people in the steroid group getting neurological deficit as a result of you saving their lives but leaving them much more damaged as a result of this. And so this is obviously an outcome that was measured in the trials. What do people think about the pattern of the dots for neurological deficit? It's sort of it's all over the place, isn't it, really? Yeah, so sometimes it's, there's more, sometimes there's less. The overall effect estimate, if you meta-analyze these, and just to explain to people that the weighting here, you were quoting the weighting is not what the reviewer thinks these studies should be weighted, but rather statistically how much power there is. It's related to the variance of the studies, so which is related to the number of people included and the number of events. So the basically bigger studies will often show more effects, will be more weighted in the meta-analysis at the bottom. So the meta-analysis at the bottom of 0.92, this tiny study at the top contributes 1.6 of the weight to that meta-analysis because it's so small. Okay, so it's not a terribly, nothing much going on. The relative risk is very close to 1 and doesn't look as though much is happening here. So this all goes into a grade table that we'll come onto in a little while, but I just wanted to introduce the other important aspect of that I mentioned yesterday, which we talked about relative risk, right? And we keep talking about relative risk, but I said also the absolute risk in the population is really important to take into account. So, and in this example, we're looking at death, and we're looking to prevent death, and we're concerned about disabling neurological deficit increasing in the corticosteroid group. But what you can see here is, there's quite a substantive effect in the control group. And this here takes this relative risk and says, in a population, and this happens to be the population in the trial, I mentioned this yesterday, in the control group, 41% basically die. That's the absolute event rate in the control group. So then 0.75 multiplied by 41 comes out to 31. So a very substantial reduction. So this illustrates the importance of it clinically in the clinical situation, that it's obviously having a big impact. But let's look now at disabling neurological deficit. Okay, so 0.92, actually it seems to be, if anything, a little bit protective, but the confidence intervals are wide. But the important thing to note is that the absolute risk of disabling neurological deficit is actually quite low. So it doesn't happen very often, right? So it's, and then when you calculate that, it's 8 per 100 in that group, 8% versus 7 per 100 in that group. So it really means that this worry about disabling neurological deficit is less of an issue because it's not very common. Okay? So I wanted just to illustrate that. Okay, so I mean, I don't know how many graphs we want to go through, but we talked about episiotomy yesterday, and that's too small to look at. I think we'll move on. Yes?
What's the role of the p-value in this situation?
We don't, p-values are just like a statistical test, yes or no. And so what people are much more, find much more useful is the confidence intervals. And the confidence intervals will indicate significance. But the confidence intervals are more useful because they give a degree of magnitude of, if you see what I mean.
Is there a cutoff point for the...
To be honest with you, in 20 or 30 years of using and writing Cochrane reviews, having written about 100 or more, I don't think I've ever used a p-value in reporting my results because the confidence intervals will give you that information already. So I don't know, Nathan, whether you do you use p-values very much? I mean, the test for overall effect is, in this particular analysis, is very high. Do you use p-values for much?
Yeah. I hope you're counting how far back I'm going. So here, for example, if you just went by the p-values, all of the studies that cross the line here would just have a p-value saying it's statistically insignificant, and that would be the end of the story. But looking at the confidence intervals tells you a lot more. It tells you, okay, those studies are not statistically significant, but they both have point estimates that favor the intervention, and they're almost statistically significant. So you end up getting more information about what the study says than by just looking at p-values alone.
Yep. Yes.
So you admit that confidence interval could be high, could be low. What's the cutoff to say it is a high confidence interval or low confidence interval? So what's the range?
So the confidence interval simply gives the certainty around the estimate. And if you look at this study here, GIRIS, the study from India, for example, has a confidence interval, there's an estimate of 0.48, which is large effect, confidence interval 0.28, so it could be even more exciting, and then the upper confidence interval is 0.88, I think. So it's, in a sense, it's the result of that trial remains statistically significant at a p.05 level. That's what it means. But you've still got this additional information, which is that the worst estimate from this study is a 12% reduction in mortality. And that's more useful than the p-value. It gives you more to deal with. And you'll see how important it is when we go in to look at other factors later on. So, I didn't know really how many examples to put in, but what I wanted to point out was just sort of referring to reviews that have been quite important, but also I mentioned yesterday, this was insecticide. There are some public health people here, aren't there? Insecticide-treated nets for malaria. You've got rid of malaria anyway here, but it reduces child mortality by 17%. So this was a pretty important study, and I just want to point out these were cluster randomized trials. In other words, they randomized villages, and this means you have to fiddle around with the statistics, and you get an effect. You have to adjust for clustering, basically, but you can still get this kind of effect. And this was actually cited 2,231 times. It was a very important review, and it shows the value of cumulative evidence in big, expensive trials, because individually probably people wouldn't have moved forward with such investment in these, but where it was so consistent across all the trials with a clear impact on the confidence intervals, it moved everything forward. Another review with lots of tiny studies. I'm not going into this in greater detail. This was many years ago, but it was quite interesting because amidiaquin was being used for malaria in Francophone Africa, but not Anglophone Africa. So when we published this review, there were a lot of unpublished studies, and 20 were in French, and people in the UK thought, well, we'd never thought of including French studies before. But very, very clear, big effects of amidiaquin being more effective. So this was an interesting example of a very small, these were the authors that were celebrating. This protocol for this review, there was a lot of debate in WHO about whether oral rehydration salt solution was too salty. And people were doing randomized controlled trials of the standard solution versus a less salty solution. So you'd imagine any effect is going to be quite modest. And so that's why you need a randomized controlled trial. And what was happening was we chose a very pragmatic outcome for the review, which was whether you put a drip up on children. So a lot of the primary studies were looking at salt in the stool and the volume of stool and all these bits and pieces. But, you know, giving oral rehydration salt solution, that is it fails if you end up putting up a drip. So when we put this outcome in and did the review, quite a lot of the small trials had reported it in the methods section, say 15 children we had to put a drip up on because oral rehydration was failing. So when you actually then did the meta-analysis across all of these small studies, each was quite a lot of variation, but two big studies all showing this very modest benefit of reducing the number of children requiring drips, 30-40%. And this was changed the formula of ORS within 6 months of it being published.
I'd just add that there is consistency. All of the studies are pointing in the same direction, even though many of them are small.
Yeah, there's consistency there, and it was, so there we go. Okay, so then I think that this is the last slide around directly observed therapy. So here was a policy that was brought in by Nakajima some years ago, saying that direct observation was very, very important, greatest advance in science. And a friend I was working with called Jimmy Volmink said we don't actually have any trials to know whether this impacts on TB outcomes. And there were no trials at the time, so so that was quite a long time ago, and over the subsequent 15 years, trials were done, often showing really no obvious benefit. And you did a similar review, so do you want to show us your review on direct observation?
I'd have to. Oh, is it this one?
Yeah.
So actually, this is an opportunity to acknowledge the inspiration I got from Paul when I was a master's student many years ago. So he undertook a systematic review, helped inform this question of direct observation for tuberculosis, and it inspired me to do a similar review for HIV medication. And as many of you may know, HIV is a chronic disease. We don't have a cure, so when you're giving antiretrovirals to people who are HIV positive, they need to take those medicines for life. And there were a number of people who were advocating for direct observation of HIV treatment, but as the treatment is a daily medicine for decades, for the rest of your life, it seemed unlikely that this could be done at a public health level with so many millions of people available who are infected. But nevertheless, there are quite a few randomized trials that ask this question: should we undertake direct observation when we give antiretrovirals to people living with HIV? And this was the meta-analysis of all of the randomized evidence, and it showed pretty clearly that there was no difference between doing direct observation and just giving a month of medicines to the patients and letting them take their own medicines. So thank you very much for inspiring me to do that review. And what we see here are they're quite large studies. The boxes show that they're big studies. There's a bit of inconsistency. Some of the point estimates, the boxes, are on the left. Some of them are on the left, some of them are on the right, some of them are right down the middle. And when you add it all together, it shows quite convincingly that there's no difference.
Thanks. So that was also to illustrate to you how you can go from a period of uncertainty. I mean, Nakajima was, of promoting something in the absence of evidence, and then accumulating that evidence over time so that decisions can change, and shows the interaction between people doing systematic reviews and people doing the trials and people doing policy, who are all part of the same community, really. So at this, yes, sir.
Thank you so much. You showed us how to read a forest plot through a dichotomous outcome. Yeah. What about if we are looking for a continuous outcome? Yeah. How we can interpret that?
Yeah, we've stuck. You will have mean differences and standardized mean differences. There was the oral rehydration salt solution one has got standardized mean differences in it. It's a similar process. You look at the difference in the means. Yeah, so with hemoglobin and so on, you look at the difference in the mean. You'll calculate confidence intervals in the same way. It's a good question, and you have to be careful because people sometimes don't appreciate they're looking at a mean difference rather than a relative effect. Thank you.
As a reviewer or being a writer of the future guidelines, what is more important, or which is more important for me as regard the weight of evidence? Is it the meta-analysis of small trials or one big randomized trial? Perhaps they are giving different messages or different results. Which is more important for me as regard the weight of evidence? One single big, large randomized trial, or a meta-analysis of multiple small, which is more important?
So I think it's a very, very good question, and one that's been hotly debated over many years. I think you put them all into a meta-analysis and then look at the pattern. Look at the pattern. And if you see, so I'll give you an example of probiotics for infectious diarrhea, heavily promoted, lots of money to be made in it. The initial review published in 10 years ago had so many small trials, about 60 small trials. All of them showed an effect on length of diarrhea, mean length of diarrhea, so it was a mean difference. So very, very varied, but it looked like overall something was of benefit. And then 2 big trials came out, really well done, absolutely no effect shown at all. And so the authors kept trying to meta-analyze them together, which didn't make any sense. And we had to so we pushed a stratified analysis by the quality of the trials, by the quality of the randomization. And when you did that, the 2 really great trials showed no effect, and all of the other 67 studies continued to show these very large effects. And we concluded that you had to, that this intervention had no effect. You had to take into account the certainty of the evidence. The other studies were poor quality, and there was then evidence of publication bias, so that they were just publishing studies that were positive. So your answer is right. I think it was your question is a very good one. But you just need to take them together and make a sensible decision in what makes sense.
Thank you very much. It was very nice illustration of the many of the how to do meta-analysis. And I ask, do you have to have regional research for having guidelines? I mean, or just we can depend upon the international research, or we just call it a consensus rather than guidelines?
Okay, so that's a good question. It sort of leads us into the next section. So quite often there is a debate about that a drug we may need to do trials. We may need trials from the host country are going to be more relevant than other trials. I mean, but at the end of the day, we're all sort of human in a way, so the biological effect is likely to be similar. What we are going to do is go on to issues around delivery in the grade assessment later on. But we would not a priori pull out all the trials done in Egypt as a stratified analysis. That would be sort of against the principles of meta-analysis. Trials from Egypt are very important. They should be included in a meta-analysis alongside all the other trials. And it's very few, I can rarely think of few examples where genetics fundamentally influences substantially the size of an effect. Does that make sense? Okay. So I think that's yes. We're sort of beginning to preempt the next session, but please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I had 3 questions. So the first one is how can we judge consistency and whether or not it will affect our decision?
Yeah.
The second one is I saw in the examples odds ratio instead of the relative risk.
Yeah.
Does it mean that the studies conducted were case control studies and not RCTs? This is the second question.
Yeah.
The third question, in the previous slide, we know how can we interpret the forest plot. Yes, regarding precision and consistency. But now how can I build my decision whether to take the dots better, or for example, the self-administered treatment therapy? How can I build my decision now? Thank you.
So the first question was the consistency. We'll be doing that in a minute. Okay. All right. So it's a good question. The second question, why do the odds ratios filter in? Well, sometimes people do odds ratios when they're adjusting in the primary trials. Sometimes we don't use it very often in meta-analysis because it's less accessible to people. But sometimes when you have trials with small numbers, it's a more robust, it's a better estimate of statisticians might prefer it, but
doesn't relate to the type of the study.
No. Yeah. RCTs, we've tended to go to. You can express it either way. You can click a button in Cochrane and swap it. It doesn't usually. It's useful when you've got very few events. And the third question was, how do you? Well, that's good because it's saying, well, actually, it's quite difficult. This is only one part of the jigsaw, right? The systematic review is only one part of the decision making. There are other things that you then take into account. It becomes difficult to make a decision that is entirely opposite to the evidence, but when you've got issues around lack of benefit and harm either way, that's a more nuanced debate, but it certainly would make you less enthusiastic about saying directly observed therapy improves treatment outcomes. You can't say that. Yes, sir, and then we're going to... Yes, sir.
The study starting from 96, placebo as a control, it is eligible for these patients.
Well, it is now.
But 96 guidelines established and using of corticosteroids, how can make control with placebo without corticosteroids in serious condition like TB meningitis?
Yeah, it was clearly regarded as a point of equipoise at that time, and that's why the trial was conducted. So it would have gone through an ethics approval. It was in 96. Do you know something about this one? No.
I'm sorry, I was going to make a more important intervention, which was to say that we will have a coffee break at 11 o'clock. So this is just to make sure that everyone is aware of how we're trying to manage time. And I will take consideration of your point, and I'll try to address it in the coffee break. But Paul, we were already spilling into the next session, weren't we? So.
Thanks for nudging me along. So, understanding grade. You're in a guidelines committee, and somebody says to you, this drug reduces mortality by 40%. And they say to you, therefore, we've got to recommend it for the rest of the world. Say, let's take it with this drug, artesunate for I was talking to somebody yesterday, artesunate rather than quinine for severe malaria. They say this point estimate, 40% reduction. You say, I went on a course about this. I know about critical appraisal and guidelines. What else would you want to know other than this relative risk of 0.6? Confidence intervals, right. Confidence intervals. Yes, from the back, somebody else said something? Absolute risk reduction. Right, what else? What else would you want to know? What the studies were? Pardon?
The quality of the study from which this is...
Okay, yes, good. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's a big room. So you're worried about the quality? Good. Anything specific about the quality?
Yes, sample size, inclusion...
Sample size. Risk of bias. What else would you... Okay, you're doing great here. Anything else you'd want to know? Yes, ma'am. Pardon? No. You can ask me in a minute. I just need things. Give me a thing. What else would you want to know? Ask me the question then, and I'll decide when I'm going to answer it. No, we'll come on to that. We just need to finish this and move on. Yes, sir. The I squared. So the I squared in relation to, what does that mean? Heterogeneity. Okay. So I'm terrible at writing. Yes. Anything else? What else? We're nearly there. Yes, sir.
Inclusion and exclusion.
You need to know the included studies. Yeah. So here. Consistency, good. There's one thing that I'm surprised people haven't come up with. Is that it relates to the lady's question about the countries.
Population.
Population. What are you concerned about? Pardon? Power, yeah. Population, tell me more. What else? So you're going to recommend it for the whole world. What else do you want to know about the characteristics? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So do you mean the characteristics of the participants? Yeah. Keep going. So it's a drug trial. It's a drug trial. What else would you want to know about this? Gender, age,
different ethnic groups or diversity of the groups.
Ethnicity. What else about the intervention that might be different? Follow-up. Yeah, that's a good one. Follow-up time. Yeah, that's really on there. Anything else about the intervention you might want to know that you could generalize? Year of study, baseline risk, adverse event. We're just talking about death at the moment. Yes. Yes. So, what about the patients in terms of what else? Economics. Okay. I think we're just about there. So, you want to know what is the evidence behind that relative risk. And one of the things you want to know about is whether the studies are reliable. We've talked about this before. It was just the example of the probiotics. So this is risk of bias. You want to know about the risk of bias. Right. You want to know about the confidence intervals, absolute risk, sample size, power. That is all about precision. Okay? Then you want to know is, do all the trials, we looked at consistency, didn't we? We said all these trials are showing it, and then we showed the ORS example. You want to look at consistency. And then the last thing that you need to take into account is, were these trials in children, adults, men, women, how severe was the disease, what dose of the drug was given, what was the comparator. And this is sometimes referred to as generalizability, but here we talk about directness, how the population in the study groups relates to the population that you're going to make the recommendation in. You would also want to look at other potential biases, such as publication bias, for example. So those are all things that you would want to take into account. And when we first started to interpret the certainty of the evidence and its applicability to this group of people. And so what we used to do in reviews was try and include all of these in the abstract behind the confidence intervals. You know, relative risk 1.1, confidence intervals, this low risk of bias carried out in the Karen population with this dose of drug. It was terribly clumsy. And what the grade system does is bring all this together. Those are the characteristics of grade that you're going to look at here. And it's really saying, like the weather forecast, we know there's a 40% chance of showers and a 10% chance that we know what we're talking about. So it's about giving yourself an estimate of certainty around the evidence. And I don't know whether we can turn down the... but this is just to reinforce that this is the top part of this diagram we said before. Grade came because there were so many hierarchies of evidence. Everybody had different... I think somebody quoted it, somebody over there quoted a system yesterday about certainty of evidence, but and quite often these systems conflated both the quality of the research and the applicability. So these have all gone, and grade is an approach to forming evidence-based recommendations through a transparent and systematic process. We go on about this transparency, I think the message is getting across, with a clear link between the evidence and the recommendations. And so applying grade, there are 4 levels: a high level of certainty of evidence, through to a moderate certainty, to a low level and a very low level of certainty. And the thing you're grading is the point estimate. If you remember that, it's very helpful. And my colleague David Sinclair helped develop terminology around that so that we can actually say we have a lot of confidence, we believe this, and this is a true fact. We actually then, this will then convert into the drug. A high certainty it does, and then moderate it probably does, and low it may, and we don't know with very low. So it's very transparent. Basically, we're only going to deal with RCTs at the moment, and RCTs start off with a high certainty of evidence, and then you take away points if things aren't right. So you take away a point, and they drop a category if there's a problem. So the reasons to downgrade are exactly the ones that you've outlined here on the board, and you really, at the moment, we can want you to do this. I think this is the exercise. So we're up to, I speed it up. So we're up, just a little nudge from Nathan, you see. That's what WHO does to you. They say, you're too slow, you've got to get those results in, and you speed up. So what we can the task now is, there's some sheets, I think, that we need to distribute to people. The single sheets, can we distribute these single sheets to people? Yeah. So around the room, there are 4 collections of 5 posters, right? So each poster has a grade criteria on it. Risk of bias, inconsistency, indirectness, imprecision, publication bias. So there's a group over there with all of those in it. There's a group on these flatboards here. There's a group against the doors there and a group against the doors there. So each of those are entirely duplicates. They're exactly the same. So you need to go, and the point of a guidance panel in WHO or doing grade when we do it with reviews is it's a discussion to reach a consensus. So it's very important this. So we spent hours talking and discussing it to come up with what the grading is. And we've got one single graph. It's the artesunate versus quinine. I'm sorry it's malaria, but it is a cracking example for all sorts of reasons. And there are questions to guide your discussion underneath each poster. And so then you go against each and decide whether you're going to downgrade on each criteria. So you look at the risk of bias, you look at the graph, look at the discussion points. No, yes, it's not per person. It's one, so sorry, it's my fault, I didn't give the instructions clearly. You need to work in groups of 4 or 5, or so that you could all collect around it. You need one person holding the paper. Make sure everybody has a chance to chat. We will float around because there will be some bits that you need some help with. Okay? Okay? Let's go for it. So you're going to do your grade.
One other thing. This is going until 12:30. So between now and 12:30 we have this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hi, just a quick note on the timekeeping. So we have this exercise and we also have coffee break. But at 12, so all of this will be finished by 12 o'clock, and then we will reconvene and we will have some feedback together. So organize yourselves how you would like, but you have until 12 o'clock to do the exercise and also to take the coffee break. I hope that's okay.
Yeah. And please do work in groups with this, because that's very important. The discussion's very important. People that you like. So just to recap, we do drag in anybody that's out there. To recap, we started off with a WHO or a guideline panel saying that there's a 40% reduction with this drug, and you have been to a course and you say, hang on, before we recommend this worldwide, what was the evidence for this? And he said a systematic review. But you want to know how certain you are about that 0.6, about that estimate. And as I said to you yesterday, systematic reviews are partly about cumulative aggregation, if appropriate, of results from different studies to increase the power of the analysis. But also, and this is fundamental, they are a critical appraisal, a systematic critical appraisal of the studies that go into that review, and they are, the results of the review are interpreted in the light of the quality of the evidence, and in a guideline panel, factors related to the applicability. So that is what GRADE is about. And just to recap, GRADE is a clever way, well, I think it's clever, of bringing this all together around the point estimate. So you let go of the confidence intervals because they are compounded into the grade assessment. Okay, and so what did people think about the risk of, and obviously we've chosen an example for us to allow us to illustrate things clearly to you. And this is a pretty dramatic review in many ways. What did people think about the risk of bias in the studies and whether that impaired their confidence in the point estimate? What did people think? Were you concerned about the risk of bias? There was one of these little dotty, one of these traffic lights things. Oh, of course it won't work. Oh, yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. These along the side are the assessment of the risk of bias in terms of adequate concealment of allocation, sequence generation, blinding, incomplete outcome assessment, free of selective reporting, free of other biases. We could spend half a day talking about these, but we're not going to at the moment. These are standard assessments of risk of bias, and here you've got red means bad, that these studies were not blinded. What did people think about risk of bias in this study in terms of the confidence in the results? Yes, sir. It's not blind. Okay, so thank you very much. So we have Dondorp is not blinded. None of the studies are blinded. Thank you very much for that. Does that then, just try and see if there's anybody else. You're very good, sir. I'm just trying to, is there anybody else from there's a dynamic front row here. Thanks.
أنا صالح نافع. Even though even if it's blind, I look at any trial testing a drug that it might be biased because the person or the group who performs the trial want the drug to succeed, to be good, to be positive. No one makes a trial and wishes that the drug is invalid or makes no benefit.
Thank you very much. And of course, that is why we're concerned about blinding, that people haven't swapped the results around. But you've got a further comment on this.
Is there a problem I can not considering blinding in mortality as an outcome?
Okay, right. So here, this is a critical point. If the person's fiddling the results, faking death or fiddling death is really rather difficult to do. And yes, sir, what were you?
I have a concern about blinding in these studies. I am consultant of infectious disease, so Conan IV couldn't be taken blindly.
Okay, so let me just...
Cardiac toxicity, dysrhythmias, so it couldn't be blind.
So let me blinding with the outcome of death is likely to be largely unimportant. Okay? Because what you're interested in blinding, for example, in assessment of neurological deficit in TB meningitis, if the clinician knows which group the person's in, the assessment of the neurological deficit may well be influenced by their priors on whether the drug is causing this or not. Something like blinding, these trials are difficult to do, but with an outcome such as mortality, I would argue that it's most unlikely that knowing which group the person is allocated to will affect the assessment of that outcome. That's the critical point. Will it affect the assessment of that outcome? And you can, of course, hypothesize that it might. So what you might do then is do a stratified analysis by allocation concealment. So you might say, so blinding of the outcome is one thing, but whether the allocation to the group, your point about they might know the treatment because the treatments are different. So the way you control for that, or try and avoid that, is something called allocation concealment, which is different to blinding. Allocation concealment is where you take a patient that is to be allocated to a treatment group, and you hide the group that they are allocated to right up to the point of starting the treatment. It's called concealing allocation, hiding the allocation group, okay? And so in studies, in pragmatic studies, like the impregnated mosquito nets, like studies like this with mortality, it's very difficult to blind. If you conceal the allocation so that the box of the treatment comes into the room and they're just about to start, and they open the box and they start the treatment, it's right up until they open the box that nobody knows which group they're into, and it's called concealment of allocation. And there was some very good work done by Ken Schultz some years ago from CDC showing that allocation concealment was very important in terms of risk of bias in trials. And this was a little bit of it kind of makes sense, but it opened up the way for important trials, so that the impregnated mosquito net trials, for example, are impossible to blind, but you can conceal, you can hide which group a village or a household is allocated to, right up to the point of handing out the nets to them. And that minimizes bias, okay? So that's called concealment of allocation. So these studies, if you're interested in whether risk of bias, perhaps in a study like this, causes a problem in the effect estimate, in over-exaggerates it, you can do a stratified analysis. And a stratified analysis this is just what Ken Schultz did many years ago, looks at the effect size in the good studies versus the less good studies, right? And what you're looking for, if risk of bias is causing a distortion of the effect, you expect to see no effect in the well-concealed trials and a big effect in the badly concealed trials, right? It's exactly what I was explaining about the probiotics review, and we could look at that later at the coffee, or that the effect size in the well-concealed studies, the well-done studies, big studies, was 0, and in all the terrible studies, or the poorly done studies, the effect size was large. And in that set of circumstances, you can certainly say risk of bias is a problem. In fact, you'd exclude those from the analysis, but you would certainly say, if you did an aggregate meta-analysis, that confidence interval, the point estimate would be unreliable. So this is a stratified analysis, which is what the reviewers and the guideline panel might ask for, where here are all the studies with adequate allocation concealment and those with inadequate, and the effect size in the adequately concealed trials is 0.63, and the confidence intervals are still pretty narrow. So on the back of that, you know, the judgment here in the review and the WHO guideline panel that this risk of bias does not interfere with their confidence in the estimate. Okay? Yes, ma'am. You okay? Okay. So let's keep rolling. What about, it is quite a good review this one. What about inconsistency? So inconsistency is where we're asking, and we'll show some inconsistent studies. This graph was chosen to be very useful for showing good practice. The eyeball tests, are the estimates similar?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Consistent. Yep. I-squared, so this is like a chi-squared test of these at the bottom. It is 0. This means that there's no, the effect between the different studies doesn't seem to be different. They seem to be coming from the same population of people, or there doesn't seem to be a lot of, there's no inconsistency between them. If you see inconsistency, a chi-squared of 50% or more, you start worrying about things. Okay, so it's consistent, and you can eyeball it. Yep, everybody's on board with that. The eyeball test is good. So that's a lot of words there. But now, what about that for consistency? This is artemether-lumefantrine versus SP for uncomplicated malaria. What do you think about the consistency here? Consistent or inconsistent? Inconsistent. Sometimes one drug works and the other drug, and in another study it goes the other way. You would be, this would not be an analysis that you should actually do meta-analysis on, because you've got a big study there showing that artemether-lumefantrine is better than sulfadoxine pyrimethamine. You've got these two smaller studies here suggesting it's the other way around. And so there's something wrong, or there's something going on here, right? It doesn't, you know, they can't, so, and they're obviously good studies. What would you do in this set of circumstances to try and resolve this analysis? What would you do? Pardon? You've got to dig deeper. And one of the things you might do, just to keep things moving, is to stratify by country, because we know malaria resistance patterns are very different. And my goodness me, when we stratified it into East Africa and West Africa, bang. One drug works better in one region than the other and not in the other. Doesn't happen like this very often, but that is called a subgroup analysis, and you can do it by country, you can by severity of disease, or all sorts of things, and it clearly explains the difference. Are you comfortable with that? Okay, good. Indirectness. So who was there was some good discussions. You people had some good discussions on indirectness. Oh, there you go.
هاتي السؤال. كان ايه السؤال؟ طلعي السؤال ثانية. Okay. It's different countries from the systematic review. We studied about Saharan African, but all studies in Vietnam. So it's not representative about the right country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. There's a whole loads of things with indirectness here. Did everybody hear that? Yes, sir. What did you say on indirectness? So this is how much the analysis relates to the recommendation that you're wanting to make in terms of the people.
Regarding after this note have been noticed, the study is about sub-Saharan African, and all the countries are Eastern Asia. And the other point is about the dose of the intervention treatment. There is a recommendation to be 2.4, and all studies are different from each other regarding the dose of the loading and the continuous dose.
Very good. Okay, so there's the issue of countries comes up again. Yes, ma'am. And dose in the intervention group.
Yeah, and also the distribution, because it has to be adult children. So we had one children and one adult mixed children without saying how much each.
Yeah. So the adults and children is a muddle, isn't it, really, in the analysis? It says some have adults and some have children. It doesn't say how many there are. Well, we didn't give you that information. There is more information. So indirectness is a concern. There's also a concern about the dose of the intervention drug, and we can talk about that in a minute. Okay, so yeah, in the control group, but the control group was pretty much the same. Some got quinine and some got a loading dose and some didn't, I think. Okay, standard care. Okay, all right, so, you know, and as I say, this is all about debates, so you're right, only 2 out of the 6 trials included children. All the trials were in Asia, and the recommendation that was being considered was in countries of Africa. 5 out of 6 trials used IV artesunate, 1 used IM quinine, and only 4 trials used loading doses. So there is, despite the big effect, there is some concerns not about whether the effect exists, but in the application of that point estimate to a population of children in Africa. Okay, it's sort of the old word generalizability. So we're running into some concerns here in the guidelines panel about this. So one of the things you can do, I don't know whether you can see that now, that is no loading dose and loading dose. Do you think we should turn down the lights a bit at the front, or can you see that? Okay. So this is, we're doing this stratified, thank you, that's lovely. A stratified analysis by loading dose. That's it, that's perfect. No loading dose and loading dose. So what you're trying to say is, did the effect change between those that got it and those that didn't? So it's just resorting the trials and then doing the analysis, but the effect remains consistent, 0.47, 0.61. There's really very little difference. So the loading dose isn't, you wouldn't downgrade on loading dose for that. But, where are we going back? Yes, so, but you've got all of these other factors for imprecision, so you would definitely downgrade by 1 or 2 points, okay? Because the recommendation is in a different population, a malaria and a different region. It will give you, it will make you feel uncertain about that point estimate. So it would perhaps go from high certainty down to moderate or low. Okay, indirectness, we've done the loading dose. Imprecision, is it an imprecise estimate? I'm afraid that the little diagram we used confused some people, I'm sorry about that. Is it precise or an imprecise estimate? Precise because?
Yeah, it's a narrow confidence interval.
Narrow confidence
interval. And near the midline.
Yeah. So the way I understand imprecision is to talk about, just verbalize the confidence intervals. So what I say to myself is, well, we know from the meta-analysis that the point estimate is 0.62. It could be, the most optimistic estimate is 0.51, and in the worst possible case scenario, it could be 0.75, right? In the worst possible case scenario. But 0.75 is still a 25% reduction, which is an important reduction in mortality. So you would not downgrade on imprecision. If the upper confidence interval was 0.99, right, you would say, well, we've got a point estimate of 0.62, but the upper confidence interval is 0.99, which only is a 1% reduction, which is not important. So that would mean that you would downgrade on imprecision because the result includes clinically unimportant effects. Now, a guideline panel might often set in advance of the review what they would regard as a clinically important effect, right? But that's a more advanced topic. Okay. But in precision, you can see here, this is the same review, neurological discharge, disability at discharge, it appears to be double in 2.21 with the artesunate group, but the confidence intervals range from as low as 0.64, which is protective, up to 7.63. So you would say this is a very imprecise estimate and a downgrade probably by 2, it is so large. Okay? So that means you don't keep going back to the 0.21 and say, but artesunate doubles neurological discharge. You know, and you get nervous in the panel and say, well, we've got to take that into account because that's very serious. Actually, there's so few data, you have to discount it. And that's what grade allows you to do. Okay. So we hadn't given you these, but this is to do with publication bias. And publication bias, this graph is related to the size of the effect along here and the variance up there. So each one of those dots is a trial, okay? And you just plot them on a graph. How certain are you of the results and what is the size of the effect? And so the big trials go at the top because you're more certain about those up here. And then as you go down, smaller and smaller trials, you would expect if you had the whole population of trials done on a particular topic, there was no publication bias. If there was no publication bias, you would expect the distribution of dots to gradually widen as you go down because of increasing statistical, but because of the play of chance. The smaller studies would be more likely to show more extreme results. So it would look like this. So this is a fictitious, if you like, publication plot on a particular question. Each dot is a trial, and each dot, and this is showing you that you probably have the whole population of trials. So what is behind this is that trials that are small and have a positive effect are likely to get published, but trials that are small and do not demonstrate an effect are less likely to get published, right? So this is publication bias. So what you're interested in is the population of trials in this bit here. So this has no publication bias, but if you remove those studies, like it's like taking a bite out of the population, that suggests publication bias. And so that's what you're looking for. In the example we've given you, it wasn't a perfect, you know, there just were too few studies really to be very clear about this. But, you know, you can't get everything in one review. So, this was where this all came from. This is quite a long time ago. The intravenous magnesium after a heart attack, the meta-analysis results showed a very positive effect, but actually when they came to do the big trial, it didn't show an effect at all. And so this caused all the concern about publication bias. And I just, in the coffee break, we were talking about the diarrhea, probiotics in diarrhea, and I talked to you about that review. But this is a good example, again, of publication bias. Can people see that? Do people get that? That you've got some, oh, sorry. So you've got trials roughly around no effect here, but then a whole population of trials, smaller trials, showing an effect here, but an absence of dots over there. So this is suggestive of publication bias. Okay? This is pretty nuanced stuff, but I think it's important people understand publication bias. Any questions about that? Please ask, because I'm very happy to go through it again if people want a clarification. There's a lot in there. I know you all love statistics, this lady, and then you. I know you all love statistics. I've just been told how popular statistics is with you all.
So why we are stressed on the small trials showing bias, or in this publication plot, please can you just النور ده مضايقني قوي. The large trials here is around the line that shows no effect. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we have plenty of small trials that is distributed down and also negative.
They're showing an effect.
No effect. This is effect?
So the trials on the left are showing an effect. On the right, where there are very few trials, this is trials that show no effect or a large effect the other way. So as you go down, so this is the point of the funnel plot. As you go down, you expect there to be statistical heterogeneity. You expect by the yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. You expect there to be, from the play of chance, a few studies at the top that are accurate, and then as you go down, there'll be random variation, and they'll be scattered left and right. Okay, so you expect it to look like you expect it to look like that.
Okay.
Right? Okay. That's what you would expect to see. But if there's been publication bias going on, then these studies are not in the literature, or you haven't got hold of them, and so then you get that effect, and it shifts the point estimate to suggest that the intervention is beneficial.
just want to clarify that when you don't find many little small studies in the right side, you suspect that the small studies that showed no effect for the treatment have been concealed, or have been missing, or they forced the study to show that there is effect. But if there is no bias, you will find the studies are distributed.
That's right. That's right. Thank you very much. It just gives you a bit of a flag. It's just an interesting phenomenon.
Something about the precision. I don't want.
Let's finish. Okay, so I'm over time. I'm nearly there. Sorry about this. Okay, so would we downgrade on this one? But we said we downgrade on the indirectness. In fact, what happened in the guidelines panel is we separated out the adults and children. We did a further analysis, stratifying the analysis by adults and children. There was still an effect in children, but it was very underpowered. So in fact, the guideline panel made a strong recommendation based on high certainty evidence in children, in adults, and reserved judgment until a trial came out in South Africa. Okay, so what other factors you might want to consider is the cost of artesunate, whether it needs specialized monitoring, whether it causes more neurological sequelae, and so on. And that, it takes us straight in to the evidence to decision-making framework, which is the next section, I think. So really, I'm going to hand over now to Arash to pick up on that. So what we've done, to recap, is we've taken, started off with individual trials, gone through systematic reviews, built an understanding of a forest plot, and have then moved into estimates of the point, our confidence in the estimates of effect through the use of grade. Now we're saying, well, okay, those are all considerations from the research, but now what about cost? What about feasibility? What about how we make a judgment between benefits and harms? And that's where the evidence to decision-making framework kicks in, and I'll hand over to Arash at this point. Yeah.
Many thanks, Paul. And I joined today a little later than yesterday. And when I came in, I was really happy to see the engagement, the way everyone was on their feet. I mean, going to these tables, I mean, great tables. These are not the easiest things to do, but they are really helpful in the process. And obviously, as a national program, you will decide and when you need them and how you need them, how to apply them. The same goes with the, thank you, Malika. With the evidence to decision framework we are going to discuss. As Paul mentioned, all of you love statistics. So then we try to go a little beyond that. So to go back to the concerns you had. You remember the discussions we had yesterday, and I'm sure today when you were discussing the risk and also the effects, etc., you've had many of the ideas coming back for discussion. You mentioned about the implementation concern. You mentioned about, so what if this is happening? There were issues about disagreements that people might have. These evidence to decision frameworks are a systematic way of trying to put everything on paper. Just make it clear. So I'm not part of the panel. I'm not part of the guideline. There is a report coming there, and this report may be 50 pages. I mean, I've seen some example of guidelines Egypt has developed in the last few months. So there are a few hundred pages. So how to summarize that for a busy clinician, for a busy manager of a hospital, for a busy policymaker, for anyone else who is not part of the committee that developed the guideline. so that when they look at the summary, not only they see your decision, but they see why you made that decision. So that's the purpose. That's the whole purpose. I'm saying that because when I go to the examples, they are a bit daunting. Again, tables, etc. But when you sort of, if you've done everything before, I mean the assessment of evidence, etc., and then you summarize here, it's actually quite easy to do them. It's more about putting your thinking, but your thinking is not your personal thinking, but also the deliberation of the committee on paper in a simplified so that anyone else can understand, they said, although this trial was positive, they said no because, and the because can be seen written somewhere very clearly. So then other people, if they disagree with you, they know what they are disagreeing with. And if they don't sort of accept your judgment, they know how to respond to you. And if they want to follow it, they know your justification. They can see all of that together. So that's the introduction. And the whole of this session is introduction because, I mean, Paul and Nathan, tomorrow, they will have more work on this that we do later on. Okay. Okay, so basically this session is about overview of evidence to decision framework, as I mentioned, in guideline development. So how do we define them? So these are systematic efforts, as I said. I mean, you can see the definition on the screen. So that, I mean, as I mentioned, they are done systematically. They are documenting the steps needed, and they make it visible and transparent for people who are using that guideline. You recall yesterday I mentioned one major issue for a national guideline program, actually for any credible guideline program, is the issue of trust. And trust, the main factor for trust is that actually people should see your way of decision making. If they see you are transparent, you tell them, well, I wasn't very sure here, but in the end I decided for this because of that. So they will be with you. It's like when you are sort of talking to a colleague. You have made a decision that doesn't look right to others or not clear. You explain to them, then they are with you. They know why you made that decision. So even if they don't agree, they trust that you are following a systematic approach. Okay. So there are many papers. A very good paper is a paper by Rosenbaum and colleagues from the Cochrane Center in Norway that actually there are many. There are some great colleagues into the authorship, etc. It's a very good paper. It summarizes the whole process, many of the examples. I'm referring to this paper a couple of times. So when we think of the construction, they've looked at the construction of different evidence to decision frameworks, and they've summarized them. So it includes certain elements. One is the question. So you remember the discussion of PICO yesterday that Nathan was reviewing with you? So why the PICO question is important? Because whatever guideline does is addressing the PICO. So every evidence to decision framework is covering one of the main PICOs. Is drug A better than drug B as the first line treatment for disease C? That's your PICO in the certain population for certain outcome that you have in mind. So there is a question that is highlighted, but here you would also summarize also the sort of the background to that question. Then you list the criteria that you use for decision making. So among the criteria, in the last session you had systematic review of effect discussion, is whether it's better or not. So whether it's showing effect or not. The other criteria, again in the sort of some of the forest plot you saw this morning, is the issue of harm. For example, there is a medicine, aspirin is good for prevention of, say, cardiovascular events, but there is a higher risk of bleeding. So then what is the size of the side effect? What is the side of effect, etc.? And then what is behind whatever you say? And then how you sort of judge them. I go to these elements just in a few seconds. But the most important part is that, so you put a question, you show what was behind your decision-making process, the judgment you use, the research evidence, and additional considerations, and then you make the conclusion. And in your conclusion, you say, this is my recommendation. These are everything else I'm also asking. So I make this conclusion, this should be done, but this also means, for example, this medicine might be difficult or expensive for certain parts of the society. I'm also recommending efforts to improve that issue. Or I'm expecting this to become extra burden for midwives, then I'm recommending this also. So you consider everything, your decision, etc. So that becomes the added value of your committee, everything is summarized. And you do all of this in one table. And these tables are usually 1 or 2, usually 2 pages, most of them. But say maximum 3, 4 pages, depending on the complexity of. So you see the value. Then 2 pages says everything. And that's the value. And then when so that becomes the background, then you, as a clinician or as a decision maker, as a manager in a sort of a small health district somewhere, so in sort of Delta Egypt, then that actually is the background for my thinking. Okay. So, yep, so this is so that's why I gave that instruction. When you see this table, you say, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, whatever you said, fine, but this table is actually trying just to systematize whatever I said. So as you can see, this is the criteria part I mentioned. I go to that, in another slide summarizing this. So is the problem serious? So yes, there is a problem, but is that a serious problem for consideration? So you put your judgment, so why it was important. Is there a large number of people affected? Are a large number of people affected? So are you confident? Look at the sort of the forest plot discussion that Paul showed us earlier, the size of the effect, etc. So these questions you answer and you explain the evidence here. Sometimes you say, I don't have evidence. The evidence was not there, or it was not that reliable, so any issue that you have. But I go to examples in a few seconds. Okay. So these are the criteria for decision making again. So you saw the table. Now I'm distilling the table. So I'm putting let's go back again. So let's everyone be together. You remember? We had the main question first, and then we had the criteria, and then the conclusion, okay? So here, how we demonstrate the criteria in the table. And you can see it's the criteria, and then he's here saying that the judgment, no, probably not, uncertain, probably yes. And it could be also no, yes, yeah. So you some. Sorry? Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. We will share also the slide sets as well. But I'm glad I read it. So thanks for. So in a way, it's actually then the text here. So none of the text is here. So the example is not provided here. It's just a structure. So these are the criteria again. Look at the criteria. Just give yourself a couple of minutes. So read the criteria. Is it visible, the criteria? Is it large enough? Okay, very good. Yeah. So any criterion that you may disagree with, any of these factors you may want to drop, or any major issue that you think, is missing. What else you may consider when you have the evidence, but you want to make a decision and make a recommendation? Please raise your hand if you have any questions or comment. Yes, please. I see 2 hands.
Follow up. Follow-up accessibility. After all that, can I?
So can you explain it, because I didn't catch it?
Yeah, the follow-up accessibility, because I can have all this and give the patients a drug or even techniques, and I don't know what's going on. I can't follow with them.
Okay. So then think of the example that this might arise, because this might be beyond the recommendation you are going to make. So give a real example. So what example that you have such a concern?
If we let's say be more centralized, as our own practice is very centralized.
Okay.
We just
which is cancer care.
Yeah.
So
we
give
offer,
the clinical text.
Yeah,
so.
we offer the high tech, the bunch of the high-tech machines is centralized in the capital or other big government. So if the patient's referred and we decided to go through a special guidelines or special techniques that we are going to apply for the whole population, we manage the traveling and everything, logistics, everything. At the end of the day, I cannot make a pilot study for the follow-up. I will miss the follow-up. I cannot be consistent to go through this protocol, or after 1 year or 2 years, how can I revisit this technique or this drug again?
For the same patient you are talking?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
for the same bunch of patients.
Okay.
I will change my guidelines towards, let's say, long course to short course. I want to compare to the benchmark. How can I consistent that?
Now you actually made also your PICO relatively clear.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's say in a given population, in a given care, she's thinking of a short course treatment of cancer patients against a standard course. So the options are there. So and it doesn't matter which. I would say that the main issue here you have is actually how you make the decision of the short course itself. So the issue becomes about the certainty of evidence of effect. So in a way, that should be part of your input rather than output. So let's say if you have a systematic review conducted in a population similar to your population, and usually in systematic effects, we are not that picky saying that, oh, no, they are Jordanians, they are not Egyptian, we cannot trust that. It doesn't work like that. So usually for effects on treatment, we trust other population to be comparable unless we have a very strong argument that why it doesn't apply. So that argument should be made. Usually we say evidence of effect is transferable from one context to the other. So if you have certainty of effect there, so you already have seen studies showing that the short course is as good as the long course, or for example, it's slightly less favorable, but the side effects are so much less, so then the total effect becomes better, so then you know that. So that's one concern, is about how you made that recommendation. The other concern that you have is the issue of, also part of that care is not just giving the short course, is that to do something afterward. So those become your implementation considerations. Issues that how the guideline itself should be implemented. So these, I mean, you can think of different places to do that, but usually in the E2D tables, we do that at the conclusion level. So we say, this is a recommendation we are making. However, in addition, there are certain concerns. Do you want to add?
I was in a conference of the tropical medicine talking about the great experience that we have to treat the hepatitis C virus. But on the oncology side of view, we just talk and we just sharing information which is not accurate and not based on the statistical data. That there is an observation that after 2 to 3 years, there is we see it nowadays in our clinic that there is hepatocellular carcinoma on top of those people who take. But I'm not certain. So I asked my colleague in this conference, and all say that we don't have a solid follow-up data for such a category, that having on top cancer patients and what is the percent, or does it link it or not, or this is by chance. So this is what I'm telling about. The follow-up for such a technique or such a drug is very important to.
So you say, I'm recommending this, but I'm also suggesting that further research should answer that question as well. Because in a way, so we keep swapping our microphones, so that's all. So in a way, as a sort of guideline committee, why you have a guideline committee on a certain topic? Because that was a priority. We always start with the problem. That's why we said not guideline for everything. It's not a textbook for training your residents or sort of interns. It's actually answering key questions that you are not sure of what is the best answer, or there is disagreement about what is the best answer. So there is a problem there. So if there is a problem for which a national committee are sitting together to discuss, sometimes, and unfortunately, I would say very often, the evidence may not be answering all the things that you have in mind. And sometimes the problem is so big and the evidence gets to a certain level that you might suggest a recommendation. And I will show you in my slides a couple of examples like that, when the evidence is not shwaya, but a little, so it's not very confident.
I think it's running on the monitoring and evaluation.
Yeah, both of them could be. So monitoring evaluation is that whether it's doing what you meant to do, but you also say, well, there is no other evidence coming from elsewhere because no other country has done what Egypt did. So we actually also recommending investment on research so that not only Egypt knows what happened, but every other country can refer to the case of Egypt, saying that Egypt did that, and this is evidence of how it works, and this is the lesson for other countries how to follow it. So then becomes both. But then you decide. And so you are a panel member, you are getting to the point of decision, you say, yes, I'm agreeing with the recommendation, but I'm not that confident because of this. Then these are so this is the way that evidence to data framework works.
I'm just asking by monitoring and evaluation. Do you mean monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the guideline or of the guideline itself?
No, the implementation of the guideline.
So I can put some indicators for monitoring and evaluation of the guideline?
Yep, that's ideal. That's ideal. That's ideal to suggest how to monitor how it works. So in a way, so you, again, I mean, there are always criteria how to do that. So let's say if I put a monitoring evaluation that is so difficult to collect, that then becomes a burden again itself. So when you are doing that, you also need to be careful. So whether you are overburdening for your monitoring, so it should be really key things. And then if it's really so important, but it's still not documented.
One or two indicators that are most important.
Yeah. So, but if you want to see whether the guideline itself was the right recommendation to make, and you are not sure about that, I would make that a research need rather than monitoring evaluation. Monitoring evaluation, so based on evidence available, you are pretty sure that the recommendation is reliable, so you made that with confidence, but then you want to see what's happening in reality after that. So maybe you use the mic, yeah, thanks.
So considering the research needs, is while we are setting to both our guidelines, so should we put on research points, or later on after implementation we can observe and ask for some research in some?
Yeah, I mean, after implementation, research questions may arise. That's fine. But the point is, I mean, usually, I mean, again, so that's a term we often use in these discussions, saying that who else other than that committee have invested so much time to looking at that evidence? So you are the best people also. If you see a gap, you highlight it. So any gap that you see for research, any real gap, highlight it. So some actually national programs, they collect all such things and they make it national research priority. So because then you do the research priority setting exercise to identify these needs, but that committee have sat together, they've discussed, they said, oh, I'm not sure here, I'm not sure here. Then that becomes the research priority. Yeah. Any further comments, questions at this stage? Sure, then maybe after gentleman here and then, yeah, okay.
Maybe in the future, there is a model development or visual simulations for the studies. We can do retrospective studies from the data of the patient collecting, and in software complicated, we can judge about the new management we can use in the future. So it will be help us when we make a study. That will be guide us. It's applied in neurology, one big study for model development of management of BPH in virtual simulation, like virtual simulation. And about placebo, and already drugs, placebo and the drugs already established in the guidelines. So you can apply it on patients. Yeah. On virtual simulations or model development, you can help you to judge about it changes the guidelines or make modifications about this management.
Yeah, absolutely.
This in the future, it will be help us, and will be decrease the bias and decrease and the quality of the grade the grade will be a high quality.
Sure. I mean, but the point is this: what you are saying is about the generation of evidence and use of data. And for that to become possible is not just the technology itself, it's the way as doctors and nurses we record the data. That's also, we know, it's a big challenge, yeah. Yeah, so in a way, the whole routine data collection system, and then obviously then investing in that data collection system to starting to answer. So for example, the example you raised about research on hepatitis C, so I mean, the national program in Egypt has generated so much data. And that data is routinely, although it's a specific project, but you didn't collect the data because you wanted to do research. You collected the data because you were doing the program, the national agenda. So then that data could also be used and sort of trying to answer those questions. Yes, sir. So do you have a mic? No, you don't.
I'm a bit confused now, especially with the slide you had before. Is there a sort of a more simple way to put this step of shifting from the evidence to the recommendation, like what has been proposed by the ADAPT group, that we have the first, do we accept the evidence and finish with that, and then see can we apply it or not? Because what you showed in the previous slide, the one which has a lot of criteria. Yes, but it was more, there was one which, yes. Do you follow me? Okay. Plus, when we come to cost effectiveness, I sometimes get confused. Do we mean by cost effectiveness studies? So is this part of the evidence? Or this sort of a local decision, can we afford it or not? Plus also equity. Are we talking about research on equity regarding this intervention, or are we talking about our interpretation of the policy taken and its effect on equity and equitability? Do you follow me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think so, and these are beautiful and very critical questions, all of them. So first of all, I mean, on the first question, which is the easiest to answer, not the easiest to apply, but the easiest to answer is that you don't make the decision and then look at the criteria. You actually list the criteria and then you make the decision. So all the evidence comes here, all those concerns, including about equity, acceptability, cost effectiveness, everything you argue. Even if you do not have a cost effectiveness study, if you have any concern about cost implementation, you do that. So we will have a session later on by Edith, and she will cover the sort of the issues of the use of economic evaluation and cost data in decision making for guidelines. And it's not just cost effectiveness of option A against B, it's also about the affordability concerns, which are, as you said, they are two different things. So the good example, I mean, I think it's a good example I used to make is that, and I use it through my younger age when I was a student, and I don't know how many of you remember, there were computers, there were 384 computers, and then 484, and then, so those versions of, and there were versions before that, I'm not listing those, but because then my age becomes quite historical. But anyhow, so when a new generation of those PCs came out, so I had a challenge. I knew if I buy the new generation, I can use some of the softwares better, and I can benefit further with a sort of faster computer, with better technology and new applications, including statistical applications that I like to use, etc. So that's more cost effective in a way. So you invested some extra, and then you gain a lot on it. So I discussed with my friends who were computer scientists. Everybody said, I mean, yo, definitely this is worth investing your money. But I had a small problem. What was it? I didn't have enough money to do that. So there wasn't enough. It was the cost-effective money for which I did not have money in my pocket. That applies also at the national level. So there could be a solution that is cost-effective, but you really need to have the budget to buy it. If the budget is not there, so the affordability question is not exactly as cost-effective as question. They are linked to each other, but then sometimes, usually also at national level, we say also it's about priorities. So in a way, you highlighted, these are the things that Edith will cover later on. So equity, the same. Could be evidence coming, but could be also considerations of equity. Let's say, well, a major example, I'll use cancer case. So there is an economic argument, which is also clinically relevant, that we use is that sort of volume-outcome relationship. Have you heard of this term? Volume-outcome. Do you want to explain it?
Well, it's a relation between the value outcome. What do you mean?
Volume outcome.
volume outcome relationship. Because if I, let's say in the cancer, we have a fancy drugs and everything, we have immunotherapy and target therapy. And finally you find the statistical diagrams, and so it's okay for extending the progression-free survival for 1.5 months, 2 months, and so this and how much those patients is running on the country.
It's slightly different. So
really?
Yeah. So it's a, apologies for that. So it's a different argument. The argument is that if I do something more, I do it better. So to getting the example, so I mean, now it's a different, so imagine, many of you have a sort of end-of-the-line Mercedes cars, yeah? So if you have your Mercedes cars and you need a repair, will you go to a shop that says sort of car repair mechanics for Mercedes, BMW, Audi, I don't know, Citroën, Toyota, etc., or you go to saying that this is Mercedes? You go to the Mercedes, not just because if people are doing Mercedes, they know how to deal with it. So they've seen it. The same applies to many clinical practices. So if you are a cancer center, referral center, it's not only you as a clinician, you know how to manage your case better because you see many of these cases. Also, your nurses know how to manage your cases. The laboratory knows how to manage. The pharmaceutical teams are ready for medicines. They are aware. So in a way, concentration of cases make it much better. We make such an argument, for example, for establishment of NICUs. So we say NICUs that are only 1 or 2 beds are not really good. It's not because the NICU is not an NICU. It's that you don't, so if I'm a neonatologist in that ward, 10% of my time is with the 1 NICU bed. 90% of my time is the sort of with the middle severe cases and well babies. And also my nurses are not that experienced. And larger NICU bed is not only cost effective in terms of cost for coverage, but also more effective because everybody knows how to deal with it. So that's a sort of volume outcome relation. So I now go back to the equity question. Sir, are you with me? So I'm going back to the equity question. Okay. So let's say my guideline based on evidence, I'm recommending that the cancer facilities to be concentrated, let's say for a certain cancer, to be concentrated in certain centers, saying that all 3 centers in Cairo, globally such recommendations are made. 1 or 2 centers in Alex, let's say 1 in Mansoura, 1 in Luxor, 1 in Aswan, so, and maybe 1 somewhere else, so Munufia or somewhere. So some population center. Okay, why are you making that decision? You say this cancer is difficult to manage. Usually patients, sort of the number is not that big. We really need the team to work better. We need to supply the treatment for them. Yeah, you have economic argument, you have clinical argument. But then someone in the panel says, okay, but think of the poor patient that is diagnosed, let's say in Sohag, and then you are asking from Sohag to go to Cairo for treatment. I have equity concern. My concern is, this is not about a study. You've done you're just applying your thinking. So that the patient may have difficulty to reach the service because they are remote. They might come later, they may not do the follow-up, they may not have enough money, they may lose job. And if I know, for example, in my culture in Egypt, if a woman is traveling for treatment, then it's not alone. There will be brother, husband, child. They need to go with them. Then the economy of the family will be affected. And you make these become your equity concerns. Then you might say, okay, despite the equity concern, these are all, I'm making theories. I'm not saying these are true for the case you are discussing. But then you would say, okay, we are recommending this, but at the same time, we are also recommending that the health service to provide services to ensure the transfer of patients is facilitated. So then you are addressing your equity concerns when you are coming to your conclusion. You have your recommendation, but for your implementation, you are adding certain elements there. Or on the other hand, the equity concern might become so strong that you say, well, despite that, we are actually making some exceptions. So Sohag and let's say a couple of Al-Rashid, etc., wherever. I'm trying to test my geography of Egypt. So in a way, certainly it becomes exception because of these elements, these arguments that I have made. So that becomes, so in a way, you look for evidence for all of this, but then sometimes, first of all, it becomes very exhaustive. Yes. But on the other hand, certain things you may not find good evidence for that. So there are methodologies how to go for evidence. We are not covering those. I mean, the use of qualitative study, etc. So some of the examples I'm making actually using that one. So this is a completed table. So based on a sort of a guideline developed in Uganda, should community health workers deliver? So this is about community health workers' role. Deliver effective maternal, child, and health intervention in Uganda. So should they be allowed to do also maternal and child health? So that's usually applies to sort of poorer neighborhoods or in rural areas when the resources is less, there aren't enough doctors, enough nurses, etc. So that's the question. So then again, so here is a summary of the evidence, showing the evidence shows probably is effective and probably the risks are not high. And then discussing all the questions you had before, you have them summarized here, and then you make the recommendation based on this. I want to show you an example of a health policy recommendation in a WHO guideline as well. So can I open a PDF file? Is that how does it work? It wasn't a good case for putting in a slide, so in a way I thought it's, okay, so this is a WHO guideline for pharmaceutical pricing. So it's a health policy related guideline. And these are the tables that WHO has published with the guideline itself. So I just wanted to show you, in a way they are daunting, but if you see them now, it's actually you will be more relaxed when you use them in future. So this is a definition of what is E2D, etc., etc. Okay. So I don't know whether, I don't think we have anyone from EDA with us. No, Egypt Drug Authority. Yeah. We had colleagues in the previous workshop, but not this time. So this is about external reference pricing. External reference pricing is a way of pricing medicines in a country that you look at certain countries, that you looked at them as reference, and then you use their sort of those countries' pricing of a certain medicine, and that becomes a way of decision making about the price of medicine in your own country. So that's so there is the question here. The population, sorry? Yeah, no, I know, but I'm not intending to focus on it. Just want to show how it looks like, so in a way, and you will see the file. So then, talking about population intervention comparison, everything about the problem, some explanation about the problem, and then it comes to assessment, policy importance, is it a priority? Then you judge why is it or not? How the sort of substantial are the desirable anticipated effects? So with that, be helpful thing to do if you do the recommendation. Then it goes down. So again, the same thing. So whether the undesirable effects, the side effects that are possible, so do you have a strong evidence or not? So as you can see, there are several values. They say we don't know. It varies because there aren't enough studies there, but then the arguments are being made. Then towards the end, it becomes a conclusion. So they conclude in the end is that would be a conditional recommendation for the policy. So it's that we are not going to tell for every country this is the best thing to be done. There are certain criteria, certain things, and it's a conditional recommendation. So not a strong recommendation. And then say recommendation 1A, 1B, and then justifying everything said in the table again in 2-3 lines. And then implementation consideration. If you want to do it like this. The whole, so external pharmaceutical, so external reference pricing for pharmaceutical is a major, major policy for any health system. That policy is summarized in 2 pages. The justification, that's the value of evidence to decision Obviously, if the evidence behind it is good and useful and the arguments are made really well, so the committee has done the job properly, then that would have a lot of value for the system. And that's why sometimes we also say the adaptation is really good, because then you have all these arguments also. Someone else has done it, you can look at them, you see whether they apply to you, whether they are useful to you, etc. So I need to go back to my slide, please. Sorry, Malika. Okay, so let's show you some examples. Again, these are not intended for you to read. These are from real WHO guidelines. These are table extracted for those, and sort of the Great Circle team was the supporting team to use of qualitative evidence in making those recommendations. So the topic here is that should lay health workers, so lay health workers is another terminology that people use for community health workers. There are differences, but let's take them as equivalent. Should lay health workers provide oxytocin to women with postpartum hemorrhage? So again, this applies to low resource setting. One of the main causes of maternal death is postpartum hemorrhage. So it's a major, major issue. And if your country does well in terms of other causes, usually that becomes the most difficult one to manage, usually in health system, when the MMR is going down because of infectious disease, etc. This is the one that is preventing to reduce the maternal mortality further. So then the summary messages are there. So now I want you to read those. So there is no evidence, direct evidence of benefit or harm. So we don't exactly know whether doing this would be a good thing or not. No evidence of that. But then, so you say, then why are you looking at it if there is no? Well, there is a real policy, because you are talking about settings, there is no midwife there, there is no doctor there, there is no nurse there. So you can't just say, because I don't see direct evidence, so I'm going to ignore it. It's a real policy question that is there. So requires additional training. So if you want to do that, it's not just telling them do the medicine. They really need to be trained. They need to have supplies. But then a country that doesn't have enough doctors, nurses, midwives, they also cannot do proper training in such a thing easily either. So in a way, that's not an easy thing to do. Lay health workers and health professionals are confident that, the evidence shows that in countries when these people are active, usually the system trusts them in general. But the lay health workers themselves are worried, usually, saying that if I try to give medicine also to a mother who has just given, and then something goes wrong, then I will be blamed. So how can I manage that? I'm not a doctor that be able to control, saying that I did my best. They would say, no, you were not qualified, even if there is a guideline to say that. So that's a risk. And so they are reluctant to do that. When they see also a mother bleeding, they will be very worried themselves. They are not sure they can manage it, etc. So then the recommendation in the end has become a conditional recommendation, and saying that do it only in the context of research. So there should be a supervisory team assessing evidence so that we know whether it works or not, and more research is needed. So that's a summary of the evidence to decision framework. So the WHO decision or recommendation that is given, so that's the argument behind the recommendation, beyond the effective stuff. So that's another question, again, from a WHO guideline. Should midwives perform vasectomy? So will that be a sort of, acceptable or not? Again, it's a certain setting, certain environment, etc. Yeah, okay. Well, if you were part of the committee, you had an easy job. Yeah. But that's a question, that's a policy question. Usually, it's not done by midwives, so that's what we know. It's usually done by surgeons, so that's how it goes, urologists, etc. Okay. So then the evidence, no direct evidence of benefit or harm, but indirect evidence that midwives can perform tubal ligation. Yeah, sorry, the title was a bit whatever. Requires additional. I'm sorry, going back. The question is vasectomy, but the point is we didn't find any study about vasectomy, but there are studies that show midwives that are trained, they can perform tubal ligation very well. So the indirect evidence. And tubal ligation is a bit more complex than vasectomy itself. So in a way, so that's indirect evidence. requires additional training and supervision. And usually what we see is that the additional training is not enough for such a task. Midwives are often motivated for being upskilled, so they have interest to do something like this, perhaps gives them promotion opportunity, but then it's beyond obstetric care, so they may not like it going beyond that. There are also turf battles. So turf, are you familiar with this term, turf battle? Turf battle is that, turf is a sort of, I don't know, I'm not an English speaker, but you have a land with grass on it, that's your turf. And another person has their own turf. So the turf battle is that, so I'm a plastic surgeon, nose job is mine. ENT person says, no, it's my job. So it's a sort of disagreement between different professions. Obviously, midwife doing vasectomy is actually going in the realms of other professions that they may say, well, this is our job, not your job to do that. So they are worried about that as well, so they don't want to be involved in such a professional challenge, etc. So then again, conditional recommendation. So if a country really needs to think of this, if they don't have resources, etc., they should only do it in the context of sort of rigorous research. Okay, that's it. So what I try to do, basically showing how it works, what usually we provide in it. I'm not trivializing the task itself. So like what you saw in the previous exercise, the grade table, etc. This is also technically challenging, but it's doable. The main thing is that if as a guideline committee, you get to a conclusion to make a recommendation, then it means you should be able to do this as well. Because how did you get to the conclusion? You just make it clear how you make that conclusion, and you are honest with yourself and also honest with your sort of audience, that's saying that, well, here I wasn't that sure. And I wasn't sure of this either, and I wasn't sure of but there were 2, 3 other concerns that I had or considerations. Altogether, this was the judgment. And I'm qualifying my judgment based in this criteria. So then it goes also implementation consideration, monitoring and evaluation issues, research-related issues, etc. That goes. Further comments, questions? Okay, so Paul, do you want to add to this?
No, other than that we'll do a worked exercise with this tomorrow, so it's very helpful to have such a great introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. So what is, now we have break. So how long is the break? Half an hour. So we have 30 minutes break. So now is 1:05. So 1:35 we start the next session. Okay, thank you.
So let's check with,
Oh, okay. No, well, sorry. We need to check with the boss. So, so is that okay? Okay. So I mean, go slowly towards the break because the break stuff might be coming with a little of delay.
Guidelines. So if I can please invite Dr. Edith Patouyar, who will be leading this session. She is a senior economist in WHO headquarters, and she will be assisted, and the session will be facilitated with our health economist in country office, Dr. Ahmed Khalifa. Edith? Edith, if you're ready, we are.
Good morning or good afternoon. So what do you say, because it's lunch, as lunch is a bit late? You still say good afternoon after midday. Good afternoon. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edith Patouillard, and just call me Edith, this is fine. So I work at WHO in Geneva in the Department of Health Governance and Financing, and in the Economic Evaluation and Analysis unit. And so I was asked today to provide a short introduction about economic evaluations. So that's what I will do. And also to put into context, the resource use consideration during the development of guidelines, clinical guidelines. And so we saw, that in the context of using, the grade table, the evidence to decision framework, that there are some resource use consideration. So I will just go through those and then talk about, the data sources, where you can get evidence, how you may want to adapt the evidence, etc. And I'm going to pick up the pointer for the slides. Got it. Okay. Can the light be softened a little bit? It's for the visibility of the presentation. Is that okay? Is that better? Yeah. So there is this quote that the Ministry of Health once, said. So the only thing that the Minister of Health is ever discussing with the medical profession is actually money. So we know that there are a wide range of things that are worth doing, right, to improve health. There are many, many, many things, and they are all worth doing because they do improve health. But however, the ministries get a lot of requests. And requests for additional funding. And generally, yes, those requests for additional funding, they are legitimate because, they are things that are going to improve, the life of the population. But we know that money, and not only money, but, your healthcare forces, the nurses, the doctors, the number of beds are just limited in a country. So there is a need to prioritize, unfortunately. And you need to make choices. So choices need to be made. They need to be made, and they will be made because, on the day-to-day work, every one of us, we make choices. Our time is limited, and we just choose to do some things over others. So there is always like this trade-off or this balancing that we are each doing. And so. Am I too far? Yes. So the question is, how can a policymaker make an informed choice about which of the requests he receives, for funding? How can he make an informed choices? I think, all of us, we are not prepared to pay the price of something without knowing, what this thing is. And at the same time, we need to know what the things include, and we need to know what the price is. I mean, you're not going to go to the market and just throw money, and not knowing what you're going to get in exchange. And you also want to look at the characteristics, for example, the quality of what you are getting for that price. And the thing is that because resources are limited, if you invest in something, then you are, the money is being used, so basically you're not going to be able to invest it in something else. Or it's the same with time, because as an economist, we don't only think about money as like, your the pounds, the dollars. We really think about time, because generally it's what people trade off. We think about, whether we prefer going to work, whether we prefer, going to the beach or to the museum. So really economics is about choices, and it's really about the timing, because time has a value. And so if you spend time doing something, then that time is lost doing something else. So you generally choose to spend time on something from which you are going to get a lot of enjoyment compared to doing things that, you know, provide you like a little bit of pain. And so there are a lot of, you know, so the way it's like, how do we make informed choices? Because we need to know about the price, you know, how much something is going to cost. You need to know about, you know, how much benefit you are going to get from doing something. And generally, you know, like these expressions that we have about, you know, gut feelings, and well, we have been doing this for years, so we continue doing it. Or this is, well, it's an educated guesses. You know, when you're a policymaker, you generally, you know, want to back, you know, your decision by, you know, like communicate your decision with some, you know, arguments and ideally with evidence that, you know, can justify, you know, why you make the choice for a particular policy. So as economists, we use economic evaluation. So we are not making choices. We are providing information or evidence to inform the policy decision, right? So economists are not here to tell a minister of health or a minister of education or infrastructure, you know, you must do that. But we do provide, you know, information about the trade-off. So the cost of doing something and the benefits compared to the cost of doing something else and the benefits of doing that something else. So we provide information to inform a decision. So economic evaluation, so there are different definition, but they all mean what basically we are doing. So you can see economic evaluation so as a set of tools, of methods or techniques, so for gathering and processing so standardized and quantitative data. These to provide information on which technology, which intervention, which service will maximize the value for money in healthcare. So it's what we call like efficiency. And this concept is used, you know, in terms of when you do health technology assessment, when you look at, when you design your health benefit package, you know, for health insurance, etc. So you want to really make, you know, you have a budget and you want to get as much as you can in terms of health with that budget. But in the context of, well, health technology assessment and also guideline development, we are economic evaluation is only one part of a broader system, okay? It's only one piece of evidence. There are a lot of others. You've got the benefits and harms of an intervention, so you've got the resource use, you have the feasibility, the acceptability, values, preference, equity, etc. So it's one piece of the puzzle, I will say. And so I wanted to ask if, you know, from the audience here, you know, whether you've heard about economic evaluation, you know, different types of economic evaluation. Yes, please.
It's based on the funding model. Like if you are public health, who pays for the service? We go for cost effectiveness and cost utility. For those who pays for the service themselves, they use to do the cost benefits. In either way, we have to do sensitivity analysis in order to get the final outcome. That's the issue here in Egypt because, you know, the funding model is very mixed. So whenever you try to find an economic model that works for all, it's very hard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So yes, so we heard about the cost effectiveness, cost utility analysis, you said cost benefit analysis. And there is another one, but it's not something that we use a lot can anyone think about, which is probably good that you're not thinking about it because we don't use it a lot. So it's what we call, so it's, yes, that's it, yeah, cost minimization, yes. So I'm just going, so I can see that, you know, there is already, you know, a lot of knowledge in the room here. So yeah, so there are 4 types of economic evaluation. I don't know if you can see, yeah. So as we said, so we do cost minimization, so we don't use it very often, this one. It's, for example, when you have 2 interventions or 2 services who provide similar benefits. And because they provide similar benefits, well, you are going to go for the cheapest one, right? So it's called like a cost minimization. But it's not something that we use a lot. Generally, we are really going to compare, you know, services that, you know, have different type, you know, of, bring different type of health benefits, different amount of health benefits, and then look at their cost as well. So, but it's still you know, in economics textbooks, cost minimization, and it can be like a tool, you know, in case if you have like two services or 2 interventions that you know, bring the same benefit, you may want to do like a cost analysis as well. And then the other type, so it's cost effectiveness. I will say that one, cost effectiveness, so, I mean, cost utility or cost benefit, we think about cost in terms of the monetary units, right? So you are going to have like a pound, a sterling sign, euro, US dollar sign, okay? So for all the valuation of the costs. It's when the consequences, so the benefits, depending on what the benefits are, we use a different type of analysis. But you will see that cost utility and cost effectiveness are actually kind of similar, and a lot of time in the literature, you read cost effectiveness when in fact it's a cost utility analysis. So the two are being used even, you know, by economists, you know, in the same way. A lot of economists are going to say, oh, you know, this is a cost effectiveness analysis, when in fact, you know, in the textbook, you will have to call it a cost utility analysis. But I think we do call it as well cost effectiveness because generally, you know, you will have efficacy data, some effectiveness data, and then you bring the cost in. Rather than having, I've got some utility data. You know, it's not a word that we really, you know, that is being used generally. So, but if you want to go back to like the, you know, be like purist and say like a cost effectiveness, so that would be one when you have, you compare 2 interventions. You've got a single effect of interest. So, for example, it's going to be preventing a case of malaria, or it's going to be averting a death of malaria. So when you have like a, you know, those like, you have one malaria intervention that you compare to another one for the same type of health benefits. So either, say, like mortality, let's say like a number of deaths averted, for example. You're going to use a cost effectiveness analysis because they have the same, you know, it's like 2 different interventions, but they have the same benefits, the same units of benefits, of health benefits. So it's a cost effectiveness one. And it can be a life of years gain or points of blood pressure reduction. When it's a cost utility, so a cost utility, we said we use it, so it's when it's either, generally it's a multiple effect. So meaning that you are going not only to look at the mortality or the morbidity, like a cost effectiveness will do, but you look at both at the same time. And for that, we use a matrix, so we use like healthy years. So it's going to take into account, you know, the length of life from an intervention, and also the quality of the additional or of the life that is lived. And so we use for that, so the quality adjusted life years or disability adjusted life years in those cases. And so, for example, in the UK, NICE, it's a requirement. So they do provide cost utility. So they say you need to do a cost utility analysis and report. So they will use like the QALYs, so the quality adjusted life years. And basically by using this, it basically allows for you can compare more interventions, because you can compare interventions, that are going to improve the length of life with another one that may improve the length of life as well as the quality of the life. So cost utility is generally what is most used. And then we have cost benefit. So cost-benefit analysis here, it's when you want to do an evaluation of two interventions, one in the health sector and one, for example, in infrastructure or in transport or education. So it's really for cross-sectoral comparison. And this is, so really in the health sector itself, well, it can be used, but it's not, for decision making, it's not commonly used, but it can. You can use that. And what you will do, because you will have two type of impact. If you have some impact in the education sector, some impact in the health sector, you're not going to have the same units in terms of benefits. So we convert that in monetary values. So obviously, there are a lot of debate on how you assign a dollar, on a life, a number of life averted, etc. So a lot of debate around cost-benefit analysis, but it can be useful. It can be a useful tool for advocacy purposes when if the Ministry of Health wants to go to the Ministry of Finance, and try to advocate for a greater budget. So cost-benefit analysis can be, a powerful tool for getting, more funding, because you can just show that, for example, if you improve health, you're going to improve the productivity of the workforce, and then it brings additional revenues for the government. So here it's just a summary, if you want to prefer to see it like that, around the choice of the study design. So whether if there is evidence on the effectiveness of the intervention, so you will do, if there aren't, you do a costing studies. If the effectiveness of the interventions are equal, you do a cost minimization study. Otherwise, you look at the outcomes. Can they be valued in monetary terms? So yes, you can do a cost-benefit analysis. Or you can go into like a cost utility or cost effectiveness. But I think definitely for the health outcomes, we cost effectiveness and cost utility are just the two that are being used with, and the two terms are being used very loosely. And so here it's just again to show that there is also a difference between partial and full economic evaluation. And maybe I can just give you this. The next slide is the example. Obviously, we cannot read very well, but just if you look at the blue panel at the top, it's what we call a partial evaluation, because you only look at the cost and the benefit of one intervention. So you say, okay, one intervention is like $10 million and the cost will be $5 million. So you're like, oh, well, it brings me more benefit than the cost. This is good. But us in economics, so we are going to do a full economic evaluation is going to look at the cost of two interventions, the benefits of the two same interventions, and then compare them. And you can see that when you do that, you may not get to the same conclusion as in the partial economic evaluation, because you can see that if you compare it to, for example, a current drug, you can see that the current drug is actually bringing you more economic benefits for at a lower cost. So just for you to think, the takeaway message is like when we do economic evaluation, we look at the difference in cost between two interventions and the difference in So once, if you look at this here, so what we do, and again, I'm sorry because we cannot see well. So what we do, so we calculate what we call an incremental cost effectiveness ratio. Overall, it's the difference in cost. So you have drug 2, you as a cost. You subtract to it the cost of drug 1, and then you divide by the benefits of drug 2 by the benefit of drug 1. And then you get what we call an incremental cost effectiveness ratio. So it's basically C2 minus C1 divided by B2 minus B1. Okay. So once we've got our, so we do that, we calculate the what we call an ICER. And then we also have this way of showing, which we call like the cost effectiveness plane. Because sometimes some people, are just better with the graphical representation of where, your intervention is going to locate. And so we, here we have it's the cost here of like a new intervention that you compare from like your current practice, so what you do today. So you will say, okay, a new intervention costs more, so you go up on your graph. It costs less, you go down. Then you think about the efficacy, effectiveness. So it's like your current practice. The new intervention gives you, more benefits here, less benefits there. And then after, you've got those like 4 quadrants that tells you that here you have your new intervention, so costs more because you're here, but it's less effective. So obviously you're just going to stay with what you're doing today. Then you can have the new intervention, so is less costly, so you're here, but it's also less effective. So here, question mark. We'll come back to that after. Then you can say your new intervention is more effective, but it's also more costly. So here again, difficult to take a decision. Huh? And when you go here, your new intervention costs less and is more effective. So here, definitely, this is a good place here. So you can see that in like 2 situations, we were a bit, it's difficult to, so you have an incremental cost effectiveness ratio, but then what does that mean? Well, you need to compare it to something because, you need to know whether it's cost effective or not. And as you could see, we were in two areas where we have something that is less costly and less effective, more effective, more costly. So it's a bit difficult to say, should I change my current practice or not? And so I'm just going to come back to that. So what is being done in some countries, it's to countries, so like for example, NICE in the UK, but a lot of other countries do that. They calculate what is called a cost effectiveness threshold. And what they do on the graph here, so they will say this is the threshold, meaning that all what is above, so if, for example, your new intervention is here, all what is like, on the right, on the left-hand side of the threshold is just going to be either not cost effective, you're not going to go there. So the intervention will be labeled not cost effective. And all what is like, on the other side, you will say, oh, well, yeah, it is cost effective. So it's called a decision rule. And here I have one slide on the cost effectiveness threshold. I'm not going to have more because there are a lot of debate as well around cost effectiveness thresholds. So for a cost effectiveness threshold is in fact, it's the cost per unit of health that is foregone. So it's basically the opportunity cost of an intervention. So what you do, you are going to compare your cost per DALI averted or your cost per life gain or year of life gain with this threshold. And the idea is that if the benefits of an intervention are higher than the opportunity cost, an intervention is going to be cost effective. And by opportunity cost, we mean that they are the health benefits that you are not going to get because you're not investing in other things. So when we compare the incremental cost effectiveness ratio, we always think we compare it to things that we are not going to have because we have not, if we invest in that drug, it means we don't invest in all the other drugs, meaning that all the benefits of the other drugs we are not going to have them, right? So it's basically you kind of weigh in where do you want, if it's cost effective to invest in that intervention and you're happy, okay, I'm just losing all those benefits, but it's fine, then you would say, well, it's cost effective. So now, setting up a cost effectiveness threshold is complex. It's very complex. It depends, and I'm really saying that because in the literature, you will see a lot of articles that say, we found that the intervention was cost effective based on WHO threshold recommendation. And I just want to say here that at WHO, we do not have a recommendation for a cost effectiveness threshold that can be used or should be used in a country. Okay, so it's a misinterpretation of the literature, of some work that a commission on macroeconomic for health that was in 2001 had done. So they have done work. The work was fine, but it was misinterpreted. So there is this idea that a threshold could be between 1 to 3 times the GDP per capita of a country. So some countries can use that as the threshold. So I think this is fine for a country to use that to the extent that it fits, that it's relevant to the context. But I guess when you see in the literature papers who say, oh, this intervention, this service is cost effective based on the WHO threshold, just beware of thinking, well, what does that mean for my context? What does that mean for Egypt? Okay, because the cost effectiveness threshold, they really depends on the funding arrangement of your health system. They depend on all the health benefits that you may get for other intervention and on your budget constraints. So they are really country specific. And 2, as I said before, cost effectiveness is not the only criteria that you use, to make a decision. So it really needs to, sorry, go ahead.
First of all, thank you for the new field that most of us are not aware about. So economy in health sectors. So one of important questions for our field or for our country is if for example, if intervention is cost effectiveness in a short time is well as the benefit for the patient. But on long-term basis is much beneficial for the patient, but at the same time it is high costly. Or costly, I mean. How to evaluate this situation?
Thank you for that question. So again, it's really context specific. I think it's going to be my answer in all maybe not all the questions. So NICE in the UK, they use so they need to, the evaluation, so the kind of the budget impact analysis. So they do cost effectiveness and they also do budget impact analysis, because it's not only cost effectiveness. And they look for like a 5-year, you need to have like a time frame of like a 5-year period. But I think again, it needs to see, how your budget are set up, for how long, and what would be the impact of introducing a new technology. What would be the impact? So, but it may be cost effective, but again, it may not be affordable. And the two really need to be taken into account. So I will talk about it in terms of the context of the guideline. Here it's a bit of introduction just to economic evaluation, but not in the context of the guideline. Yes.
The slide of cost benefit and cost effective, the definition of cost to utility is the same of cost to benefit. What is the difference? But it's the same definition.
Yeah. So the only difference, so it's, you're right, because we, even us economists, we call a cost utility a cost effectiveness analysis. Okay. So I guess what you can say is like cost effectiveness, you will say, think about, okay, you have a malaria program and you're going to compare two different malaria control interventions. So for example, distributing a mosquito net or giving a prophylaxis to a pregnant woman. And you are going to look at the impact on the number of cases averted for the mosquito net and the prophylaxis. That, it's a cost effectiveness analysis. If you look now at introducing a new vaccine, then you're going, well, a new vaccine or, how to say, yeah, there can be like a new vaccine compared to a set of all, other interventions that you may do, that you may work on for like child health or, any other intervention. Here you will need to look at, to do a cost utility analysis because you're probably going to use DALYs or QALYs, so the disability adjusted life year, or the quality adjusted life year. So your health unit is not going to be in terms of a number of cases averted. It may, because if you want to compare a lot of intervention, it's likely that different interventions do different things. Some save lives, some improve your quality of life, right? But you want to compare your intervention to a wider set of other possible intervention. So here you use a cost utility analysis because your health outcome is going to be in that metric that includes both the duration, so the length of life and also the quality of life. So it's the only difference, but often cost effectiveness, cost utility is called cost effectiveness.
Yeah, but benefit and utility.
So benefit and utility, it's for a cost-benefit analysis, your health outcome, I mean, not the outcomes are not in DALYs or QALYs, generally, unless then after you put a dollar value on that QALYs and that DALYs. But you will have a cost-benefit analysis will be when you want to have your health outcomes with a dollar sign. Like you will not say, this intervention averted 10,000 deaths. You will say that if I do this intervention, I will gain, $20,000 US, or I will save.
But if you come back to the slides, you will find the same definition exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so
it's the same definition.
Yeah, because it means it's the same definition, but you don't measure the consequence the same way. Yeah. You measure them in if you have a consequences in dollar, it's a cost-benefit analysis. Because the outcomes of the interventions are different. Because if they are the same, if they are in DALY or QALY, it's going to be a cost utility.
So we can say cost utility is for the patient more than the others. Could be.
But,
this could be for both. It's more with the patient.
I would say that it's more for health. Yeah, for health rather than the cost benefit. It's for health as well. Because we use it a lot for advocacy. Say you improve the health of your workforce, so you are going to get more productivity. So it's still the health as well. But for the cost utility, you take into account, you can compare two interventions that do not have the same health outcomes, first of all, and it also incorporates both the number of lives you save and the quality of life. Okay. But the distinction is really...
For this, if you want to ventilate terminally ill cancer patients, adding time, yes. Adding quality, no, right? Yeah. Saving cost, adding cost, right? So it works if you use this example, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I just don't know how, I mean, I don't want to say that the ventilation of terminally ill people is not improving. I don't know about the quality of life, so I cannot make a judgment. But no, but if, for example, if you think about malaria, about distributing an ITN or giving a prophylaxis, you are going to have the number of cases averted. There's nothing about quality there. It's just a number of cases averted. But if you have an intervention that is for, I don't know, diabetes or then it's going to, when it really has an impact on the quality of life of the patient, it can be like, I don't know, mental health, or maybe we have a doctor there. Arash, tell us, give us an example about an intervention that improves both the quality of life and increase the duration of life.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, there could be. So maybe just I say something also earlier. So I think one of the confusions we usually have, and Edith explained that, but I want to reiterate it in the terminology, is that sometimes when people talk of cost effectiveness study, they mean any economic evaluation. So then everything, they mean it everything. So whenever you have sort of comparing between two interventions or more interventions, and you use economic data in economic evaluation methods, they call it cost effectiveness study. And then you see, for example, they've used quality of life, which is cost utility, or monetary values, which is cost benefit. So that causes confusion. But when we talk academically, the correct way, that's the way that this is describing. So don't confuse when you hear people talk about cost effectiveness study and then you see everything else in it. So that's one part. So I think that in response to that clinical issue, think of many cases that you do. For example, clinically, it might be out of date, so I'm not aware of all the advances in medical knowledge, but think of a sort of a gastric cancer that is so advanced that causing difficulty in eating, okay? And then, so you have different options, but as far as I recall, the best option there is actually to do a surgery to reduce the size of and open the way that the food can go through, and then you can complement it sometimes with radiotherapy or chemotherapy. So when you do this, you extend the length of life. So a person may not be saved, but for example, from a life expectancy of 2 months, it might become 8 months, 9 months, 1 year. Very often, they also have a much reduced quality of life as well at the same time. So sometimes it's difficult to close the stomach that you have opened. The person might become sort of dealing with a lot of side effects. So in a way, you might extend the length of life, but you reduce at the same time the quality of life. If you have something like this, the only methodology that you can use, as Edith was describing, is cost utility. Because you need a measure that would combine the quality of life with the life expectancy in a way. So that's the sort of combination. But I mean, the case that we have, it is also after sort of, that also is very simple, but not an ideal one. It would cover a little. Yeah, Nathan wants to give another example, so, and then. Yeah.
Now, from the definitions of cost effectiveness and cost utility, what I can see that in cost effectiveness, it's numerical to some extent. So units or life, a number of life years gained, points of blood pressure deducted. But in cost utility, it's more toward quality, which is not quantitative. It's mainly quality. This is what I can see in the difference between. I'm not sure if this is right or.
No, it's right. And so it's healthy years. So it's both in terms, you think about healthy years. So like this, you have the years. And then you adjust it for the quality, with the quality of life. So it allows you to compare a lot of different type of interventions, right? Because some are going to, as Arash said, some are going to improve very, you're going to be like in really well, quality of life rather than others you want. So it's both of both dimensions are actually important, and they are summarized in that metric. Yeah, so I mean that for cost utility, you just capture both the quality of life. Yeah. I think Arash wants to.
Well, thank you. Just to respond to the point that quality of life is not a quantitative measure. Actually, all the 4 types of economic evaluation are quantitative in both sides, the costs and consequences. But it's easy for cost effectiveness because we use already existing natural unit, whether life years gained or points in blood pressure, mercury reduction, whatever. So this is an existing measure that we all know. But because health services are diverse and the decision maker would like to make comparisons and take decisions between a diabetes program and hepatitis C program where there is not a unit measure rather than healthy life years. So we need to respond to the other question that says that some interventions may increase life with lower quality and vice versa. So in this case, we have index measures that combine both the life expectancy and the quality or disability. And quality of life can be quantified using several measures, maybe not to discuss today. Questionnaires is one, where 0, for example, is a dead person and 1 is perfect quality of life. And then you put the quality of life on a gradient and combine both quality of life multiplied by the life years gained to reach the summary measure of quality. So quality adjusted life years is like the currency that we use to compare and unify all several interventions together. And that's one of the points.
Well, I think I have a good example to highlight this debate. In my practice, when we deliver radiotherapy for pediatric, and I used to be a pediatric radiation oncology for 13 years in Children's Cancer Hospital. So if you give, let's say, in the head and neck area, because this is a growing tissue, the pediatric is having a growing tissue everywhere. So if we give them in the retinoblastoma, for instance, radiation oncology for such a case, you are just stopping the growth of this tumor. When those children is growing up, and I saw them by myself because I spent 13 years, so I experienced this. The face is disconfigured. So if we are not investing in such high-tech machines that having IMRT, VMAT, or proton therapy, like we introduced the proton therapy, which can solve this problem, which is way, way expensive than having the 3D techniques. We will keep, let's say, improve this quality of life by plastic surgeries all through the years, having artificial eyes just to open up the globe, and this is very, very expensive, and so and so. So the cost utility may give us an idea that it's costly now, but on the gain of benefit of the quality later, this cost, if it is big at the initiative, it will reduce much more expenses, which is heroic expenses. البلاستيك surgery اللي اتعملت للأطفال is heroic expenses, and this is burden on the hospital itself. It's not only the initial, but by time you always spend money to correct what did you disturb, because انت جبت مكنة يعني you just having we didn't invest in high quality machine. So am I right? This is the effectiveness, cost effectiveness means that both techniques, the 3D machine and the high-tech machine, will extend the life. But one will extend the life with plenty of problems that I will add costs later in this.
Yeah, so basically it allows to compare two interventions. And some may be more improving quality of life, a bit less the duration, more like the duration, but less the quality. So it just allows you to compare, because you need to know where to put your money, right? It's not only about within malaria or within cancer or within this or within that, you know. At the end, it's just like one big budget. So you want to compare your intervention across, not only about drug A and drug B to treat a specific disease, but you may also have to do like different, so it can be within a disease, but it can also be, and it's always used when you compare different diseases as well. But it can be, it's any case where you have two interventions that may improve the duration of life and the quality of life, and you want to capture this and compare the two interventions on that ground, basically. I'm just going to move on into, and I'm happy to discuss at the break. It's about, because I think it's the point of the thing here, it's about using economic evaluation in guideline development and adaptation. So, yeah, question over to you. So, which resource use considerations are of interest in the development of guidelines? We've touched on this morning, because it's part of the evidence to decision framework. So I just thought if you, any of you had recall, or what, there are two types of resource use or economic consideration, if you want to use them, use this word, or resource use consideration that may be of interest when you develop a guideline, a recommendation. Think about a recommendation. Any recommendation. Mm-hmm. The different type of resources, okay. And if you look at a broader, in like a, government, yeah. So the first one is how resource intense is an intervention. It can be the number of nurses, the number of doctors, the number of beds, the money to buy the drug or the equipment. So it's really looking about the, well, in fact, it's a bit about the affordability. I think it was for one of the first points that you mentioned. It's about the our resource intense. Is it affordable to a health budget? So this is one, and the second one we've just talked about it just before. What does it do? Cost effectiveness, cost utility. But yes, please. No.
It's very hard decision because there is a major difference between the economist view and the clinician view. For example, for a policymaker or the funding authority, I prefer to have a recommendation for a disease that causes sick leaves for 1 million employer per year, than giving this fund for a disease that kills 100 person per year. For the clinician, this is a very difficult decision. For a clinician, I would recommend the guidelines that preserves life, but for an economist or a policymaker, and I agree that it's a limited budget, he will prefer the one that costs least and saves more money.
So the value for money. Yeah, exactly. And as you say, like we will have an example a bit later on in terms of the perspective of the analysis.
Just if I may, Edith, I mean, just need to establish that health economics is not just about saving the money, and I think this is the point that you're going to raise, right? So economists are not concerned by reducing the cost. It's one of the considerations, but it's to maximize the value out of resources. So in our goal is to improve the overall societal health, and in doing so, we need to be more efficient and to maximize the use of resources. So in this case, if the overall population health from a societal perspective would increase, then an economist would recommend this or suggest this, even it will have more impact on the budget, as long as it's within the budget impact. Yeah. Can I give the...
I would just say that the economist does not decide for the health system to select which interventions to do. It provides the evidence or the information, and then the policymakers decide based on the purpose. If the purpose is, which is not to reduce money, they go for the less expensive choice. But in all cases, it's not for the less expensive. Of course, money matters, and we have to do a sustainable system, but it is the efficiency, the best use of the limited resources we have.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ahmed Al-Agami, Head of Planning at Unified Procurement Authority. Actually, what Edith was speaking about cost effectiveness and economic evaluation of drugs, actually we conduct this now since a year. And it's not only about costs. This discipline is health economics. So we combine both the science of economics and the health with clinical evidence and all of these things. So we study on both sides, the impact of costs and impact of health. And when we study health, we compare the new intervention or the new drug or the innovative drug against the standard of care that is currently present. And when we study the health arm, we have two options, whether to study the outcome as surrogate endpoints or intermediate endpoints, like improvement in lab results, improvement in length of stay at hospital or whatever, or we prefer the endpoints, which is health outcome. The health outcomes are what my colleague Ahmed has told you about before, quality adjusted or disability adjusted life years, which is a calculation of the duration of life years gained with the quality per each year. So we are currently doing those studies at UPA, yes, to decide which innovative drug we will reimburse in the public sector, but by the health insurance system, and also to define the cost-effective price that the governmental sector will use to reimburse these drugs and to be listed on the UPA electronic platform.
I think this is very nice information. I'm Gabila Nasr. I'm the head of cardiology department at South Carolina University, as well as the head of the Egyptian Fellowship for Cardiology. And we are talking about cardiac diseases. We are talking about a huge amount of money. And Egypt really is having, you know, there is a lot of millions of pounds, you know, spent for heart disease. And we all know this. So I think that resource use in consideration, maybe we use the information, whether it's hardware or software, all the informations to put the best use of the resources we have. I do suppose that we should think that we have to have more implementation for prevention, and rather than giving more money for interventions, doing angiographies, doing a lot of investigations and a lot of intervention in cardiac disease, because Egypt, for example, is having spending more than millions and millions for angiographies, for example. So I think we have to implement that prevention should play an important role. I have to say something that Egyptians, for example, for not exercising, they are costing the community around 20 million pounds. So I do suppose that the guidelines in Egypt should focus upon preventive issues.
I'll get Dr. Arash.
Okay, many thanks. That's all right. That's all right. Many thanks. Well, I mean, this is, as identified, I mean, it's a technically challenging area. It's very important, and there are a lot of consideration. Case by case, they vary, as Edith and also Ahmed highlighted. Just wanted to add a couple of issues. I mean, some of the questions you raised were also about capital investment. So when you say, I need a new infrastructure, I'm talking about the use of, for example, a very expensive radiology equipment to be there. Kindly note, when you are talking about a guideline, it's about one intervention against the other intervention. When you talk of, for example, a big capital investment, usually most of these capital investments are not only for this intervention you have in mind, they also do a lot of other things. So usually it's not the sort of this type of assessment we do for a guideline that answers that question. You do that usually on health technology assessment processes. When you look at the benefits of the technology and the added value of technology as a whole, rather than sort of answering your question. The other issue that, in terms of measuring the cost, is very important is that, again, in economic evaluation, what we do, because we are comparing everything that is equal, you put it aside. You don't spend time to measuring all the costs, only the costs that vary, and the costs that are important you are expecting to vary. So you are not going to measure, for example, the cost of syringe use. But if it's a medicine that is expensive, you do that. So in a way, there are a lot of things when in the practicalities you have to do to make sure that it becomes the things that affect your decision, rather than sort of a full picture that. And there are many other types of issues as described. I mean, sort of this. I mean, the short section doesn't cover all those aspects, but these are all inherent in the process, so that you decide what to do and how to take it forward.
Can we take 3 more comments? Yeah. So I'll take them in order. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sure.
Can I ask you, Paul, to join us in this question? I'm very interested in something, because as a professor of medicine and statisticians or expert in the meta-analysis and reviewing systems. So very hot topics about patients can take an IV infusion with staying in the hospital for 2 to 3 days, and cost effectiveness is high because of the nurses, equipments, everything. And the other comparing is the same medication or similar medication which can give sub-Q or subcutaneous at home. So if the meta-analysis of both medications was low margin beneficial for the IV drug, so which one would you choose? No significant difference between both, but margins of improvement of quality of life and prolonged also survival, but not significant.
Well, I would think you would need to consider what the patient also would prefer, the patient's circumstances, and you know, every guideline panel is ultimately making a judgment. So whilst we can give instructions about how to interpret effectiveness and where things clearly work, and where things, where an individual outcome is effective. There are a number of judgments that the panel needs to make, and one is the balance between benefits and harms. And that is all what you can use methods to help you that have been described today in this decision making. But it is the panel that would need to make that choice. And also, you know, it's something you could ask the patient. Would you prefer to go home with this? We actually don't think there's any particular advantage. It might be a little bit more advantage, but it's not very clear. But, you know, which would you prefer? So I would share it with the patient.
So this does mean you bought both, and the patient preference is much more important in this case.
The patient preferences come into it, so I think the judgment would be a conditional recommendation. And in the implementation considerations and so forth, you should say, you know, patient preference would be extremely important in these circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a clinical example? So a real example of a case. Again, it might be out of date, apologies. I mean, I'm considering my age. And so in one real guideline panel, I was a member as a methodological advisor many years ago for the NICE. The panel discussion was about how to prevent venous thromboembolism that is caused due to clinical cases. For example, during pregnancy or after certain medicine use, so you want to prevent the thromboembolism usually happens in the legs, and also including after surgery. So for example, you have a major hip fracture, you are bound to bed for a lot of, we've seen that in clinical cases. A lot of people lose their lives or the quality of life because of a embolism that happens while they are bedridden in hospital. So you give them heparin, you give them different treatments, etc. So obviously as part of that, you look at the evidence of all different options. And one of the options, so Paul, and that would be interesting to you as well, one of the options that was there that was cost effective based on this was using a foot pump, a pump that you attach to the foot while the person is bedridden, and the pump would move the foot like this while you are on the bed. And because it moves the foot, so then means the vein circulation continues, and then you don't have thromboembolism. So all of you are clinicians, so I don't need to explain that. Sorry for that. But anyhow, the technology at the time, these foot pumps, although they were very cost effective, there was a panel member who was a physician, was a patient who had suffered from thromboembolism in the hospital himself in the past and had been bedridden for a while for certain problems. He raised his hand in the panel and said, none of you have had a pump on your leg, and you don't know how horrible is that. I'd rather to accept a little extra risk of side effect here and there than having that pump. That's really, really difficult. And that made all the panel members to going back again to the evidence, discuss everything again, thinking of what the patient says about the actual experience of an intervention that on paper to us clinicians and also the health economists and epidemiologists, etc., looks the preferable options while it may not be the ideal patient choice.
So I think the next part would focus on the use of economic evaluation in guidelines development. So I'd like to kindly ask Dr. Reem and Dr. Ahmed to just hold your comment until we finish this part, and then we can take more comments.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, it was mentioned just now in the comments. So you want to think about, the budget impact. So who pays, who saves money, when do the cost occur, right? I think it was one of the first comments here. So in the UK, as I said, they really looked at they looked at the guideline does not introduce a significant cost pressure into the social and into the healthcare system. In terms of the additional cost above that of the current practice.
something also that is important in terms of the resource intensity. So we think about budget, but also I wanted to mention in terms of the quantities of the resources that are needed. So, setting aside, the pound value, but in terms of, the number and the time that nurses, doctors, spend into an intervention. And this is really linked to the feasibility question. It's how much of the resources are required and are they available in the country. And also, so we mentioned the value for money. So we do generally economic evaluation compared to the standard, standard of care in a given setting. Here, it will be a standard of care. And the standard of care can also be like a do nothing, right? Because if it's, for example, the new interventions that is being evaluated. So how budget impact and value for money can influence a recommendation? So obviously, as we say, there are a lot of other contexts, and tomorrow we will have a group exercise. But there are some general, the way that it influences is that obviously the more advantageous the resource implication, the greater the likelihood of that the intervention is going to be recommended, and vice versa. And you may also have a conditional recommendation as well that may be more likely issued if really the resource implications are really uncertain, or if they are really likely to vary across settings. So where can you find information on the value for money of an intervention? So there are different options that exist. So obviously one can conduct an economic evaluation, right? But it can be, it's resource intensive. So it requires the time, the staff, the money, the expertise. Obviously it's feasible, but you do need to, it's not something that you are going to do like in 2 weeks, so you really need to plan this in advance. You can also use an existing economic evaluation. One thing to think about is that economic evaluation are rarely adopted, as Arash mentioned. It was when some of these terms that he was defining. You don't adopt an economic evaluation, even if it's an economic evaluation that is in your country, in your context, because things change, right? The prices of your resources, the costs are changes, the salaries, they may be increasing, the commodities, the price may be increasing. So you need to update, you always need to update or adjust an economic evaluation. And you may also want to do a systematic review of economic evaluation. If you don't want to, if you don't want or you cannot, do an economic evaluation or adapt one, you can do a systematic review of economic evaluation. In some countries, like in the UK, even if you do an economic evaluation, like a modeling study, you're still required to take a look at the literature. So do a review of the literature. And I think it is useful because you can, sometimes economic evaluations have been done in similar contexts, so that's quite useful. But for other systematic reviews, the same method applies for the economic literature. So you will need to do like a search, you need to have your PICO question, you will need to appraise the quality, and it's likely that you will have to adapt the results, because I think it's slightly different than when you do like a RCT. Obviously, you need to check, things that we talked about, the population, etc. But there are things that are more likely to vary on the economic side. And so if resource consideration are likely, to be a major driver of a recommendation. So the advice is really to involve an economist very early on. So it's really at the planning stage. And it can advise, in terms of both like budget impact, affordability, if you, if you are going like for a reimbursement decision. It can also talk about, advice on efficiency matters, and also just to search the literature and interpret it. So now, this morning we talked about indirectness. And but this happens as well in for the economic evidence. Sometimes it's too indirect for decision making, for guideline development group. And so in the economic literature, we talk more about transferability. And so it's about, again, the degree to which the study results are going to hold in a specific settings. And so here again, we think about the quantities of resources. So again, your number of nurses, number of doctors, and their monetary values, right? So the salaries, like their training, all the cost as well that is required. So it's, when we think about cost, we say it's Q times P. So it's the quantity times their price. And that gives you like the cost, your total cost. And it's really important to really think, if you look at the literature, to really assess the transferability of an economic evaluation and seeing if it's really relevant to your context. Unfortunately, there are a lack of tools and approaches to transfer economic evaluation data across contexts. So there are no gold standard processes yet, but it's still possible to list the factors to consider for local relevance. So the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology, so less than a year ago, published this systematic review in the context of grade, around the fact that transferability is critical when considering existing economic evaluation for great clinical practice guidelines. So, I mean, this is a nice read. So I will, if it's of interest, encourage that you take a look. So overall, when you have evidence, economic evidence that comes from somewhere else, I think the similar principles as for other type of evidence. So it's either you apply it without adjusting further. You can modify the analysis based on local data. You can use the evidence with caution. When you look at the economic evidence, you may not be able to transfer it, but you still think it's useful. Or you may just reject it, so not include it to inform the decision on a guideline. So I did find this, it's a publication that provides two steps when you review the economic literature. So it's to assess, the first step is to assess whether an economic evaluation, a study, is transferable to your own context. So it's not transferring it, but first step is can you transfer it to your context? And then the step two is, how can you transfer it? And so, and it comes from this book, but so it's on NCDs. So the first step, so basically they say, and I think it's really looking about the perspective of the analysis, looking at the intervention and its comparator, and that we saw that as well this morning, right? If the comparator is the standard of care, is the standard of care relevant to Egypt? Well, so it's the same question. You may want also to think about the discounting, and we can come back to that, and also to the quality of the study. And so what the different steps do, so let me come back to, is that it's just a simple matrix that say, okay, look at the study's perspective. Is it aligned with Egypt? If it's not, then you go to question 2. Is it informative to the decision problem? If it's no, then you can just reject the paper altogether. So I just thought, I have not piloted this way of assessing the transferability of the economic evidence, but I thought it's one of the only tools that exist in the literature, and I just thought it was quite pragmatic. In terms of the study quality, there are checklists that are published in the economic literature. The latest one are the CHEERS, what we call the CHEERS guidelines, that have been published in the BMJ in 2022. And basically what they do, this checklist, so first for economists, when we publish, it's kind of a checklist so that the paper really provides, information on like key aspect of the analytical approach. And it also helps when you review, in terms of the quality of a study. But when I say quality of the study, you just need to be always mindful that a study that is really well reported and that is going to check all your boxes in terms of, how it doesn't mean that it's high quality. It says that the manuscript itself, reports, the information, but then you're just never sure. So you always need to keep like a critical mind. And obviously things that need to be, and that was mentioned as well this morning or yesterday, it's about the conflict of interest. So you may have cost-effectiveness evaluation, cost-effectiveness studies that are being done by pharmaceutical industries. So here, it's like when you assess, like what, for example, NICE does, or, in France, the authority looking at for reimbursement, there is really like a very thorough appraisal of, when a manufacturer, a producer of a drug also does the economic evaluation, obviously you need to bear in mind, the conflict of interest that there may be around like the economic evaluation, or around any other type of, even around on the health benefits side as well. So in terms of the perspective, and that I think is probably one of, it's a key one. So when you read an economic evaluation, you want to make sure that the perspective fits with your decision-making problem, right? Who is the analysis conducted from which perspective? Because it really defines which costs and benefits are included into the analysis. And it really depends on the choice of perspective. Your cost-effectiveness analysis will have very, very different results. And it can also have it can have some implication as well in terms of for the guidelines. So there is like a recent example. So there is this debate. So in the UK, so I'm not living in the UK, so I'm taking everything from the press. But like my British colleagues over there can correct me. So there is currently a guideline that is open that has been developed by NICE in the UK, and that so the guideline is open for public. I think it's on their website. You can go and see it. It's open for public consultation, and it's about the use of statin. So NICE had a recommendation on a threshold, when to use statin, so for like patients who have, a certain level of risk of developing cardiovascular disease. And they've recently lowered that threshold, meaning that I think it's 15 million British or people living in the UK, could access the statin drugs. And they looked at the cost effectiveness, they looked at the benefit and harms. So it's a very cheap drug. I think it's like, is it like 2p? Is it 2p? Like it's very, very cheap. So benefits fine, no harms, it's okay. They did cost effective, it's cost effective. So they say, let's lower the number. So that is from the perspective, of like the NHS, so the National Health System. But then now what happened is like GPs, so the general practitioner, are saying, well, you're saying that 15 million adults are then now eligible to statins. So this means additional people coming to, their practice saying, oh, I would like to have statin. And so they are saying that basically for GPs, we need to still do a risk assessment. When you give a drug, I'm not a medical doctor, but when you give a drug to a patient who may have, a low risk of cardiovascular disease, you need to do your risk assessment, talk about side effects. It's a lifetime drug, etc. So if you have like 15 million more adults, who are going to come like to doctor's office, this means that, the time of GPs is limited. And so there is, this is making, I think, a huge debate in the UK by saying, well, okay, it's cost effective from the NHS perspective, but then from the perspective of the GPs, then that means like a huge amount of work and potentially, you know, prescribing statin to patients who have a very low risk and maybe missing some that have, you know, like are at a higher risk, but then missing them. So there is this argument that maybe, you know, they should provide direct, you know, resources to trying to find those people with like the higher risk rather than, you know, opening to like a wider, like to a larger group of patients. So I just thought that it was an interesting perspective when things, you know, you have, you know, the benefits, it's cost effective, but then that it just creates some issue in terms of the acceptability of this type of clinical recommendation. And that also, where we mentioned it this morning, is like you need to look at the comparator. Is the comparator the standard of care in your country if you want to assess, you know, whether whether the economic evaluation makes sense. In terms of discounting, I'm going to skip that slide, but you can, I mean, we can discuss at the break, or you will have the slide for reading, but it's it's like we discount in economic evaluation, and you need to use a discount that is a discount rate that is relevant to your setting. And then it's about the data transferability assessment, and here it's cross-cutting really with what was mentioned this morning around the benefit impacts. So you need to look at the underlying population risk factors. I think one of the nice examples was around the zinc supplement in Ghana. You know, the fact that it's not because you have a global guidelines or an economic evaluation that says that it's cost effective. You know, you really want to think about what is the disease profile in your population. And obviously around the unit cost and the prices, because they may be they vary from a country to another. So you really need to take that into account. Resource utilization, I mentioned that as well. So really need to look at, you know, what is available, what other resources are available in your country. So it's going back to the GP issue in the UK as well. And we do, obviously, there is this recommendation to use the locally relevant data. Let me just skip that. And so one of the key messages from this review was about transferability. It's quite complicated to transfer economic evidence from one setting to another. And it really, in fact, makes the case, you know, for like improved collaboration between, you know, clinician and economists as well. And again, a recommendation to really add a competency into the guideline development team. Okay, so I just said that. So economic evaluation are, I said can be useful, but they are time-consuming. They require expertise. So I said you can review the literature, which also require expertise. You may identify economic evaluation that may be relevant to your context, but that may not be relevant to your context, meaning that you need to transfer to your context, and it's also complicated and time-consuming, etc. So at WHO, so we acknowledge, you know, those challenges to work around, you know, economic evidence. And so I just wanted to provide like a couple of slides on something that we are currently working on. And it's relevant to the guideline development because we are, the tool is actually based on the WHO recommendation, global recommendation. And it's linking, so those recommendations to our costing and an economic evaluation or cost effectiveness tools that can be used at the country level. So it's called the UHC Compendium. So the UHC compendium in terms of the tools so give you access to the guidelines, the recommendation across all major health areas and diseases. And as I said, so it links to cost effectiveness data and the country costing tool. And it allows you as well to incorporate information that is relevant to your context. So you're all familiar with the UHC cube, that looks at, the population, so who is covered in the population in the context of benefit package, what is the proportion of the costs that are covered, and then basically here this tool is actually focusing on which services, are covered in a benefit package. So I know that here we are not here to develop a benefit package, but just to say that within that tool, so there are some resources around the resource inputs to do particular clinical, actions. And they are linked to the clinical guidelines and the clinical guide at WHO. So I think it can be, it could be, a tool if you have to, adapt a, maybe like a global guidelines or develop, your own one, and you want to think about include resource use consideration. So there will be in that tool, some, resource inputs. Data, that can support basically this resource use consideration within your own context. I'm just going to switch all those, but I thought it's also linked to the health workforce as well. So it can be interesting to see for you what are like for particular new interventions, what might be the needs for the health workforce, and compare it with what is available into your context. And it's also linked to the different priority medical device list, the essential medicine list, etc. And so the plan is to make the UHC compendium available in our country support tools. So we have costing tools that can be helpful for the budget impact analysis, and we have our cost effectiveness tools. And thank you very much.
Already, so I will take them in order and then.
Hi, can I ask you, does writing down national guidelines depend on the benefit package that's already in the country, or is it vice versa?
It depends on the country. Yeah. It really depends on the... it depends on the country. It depends who does the health benefit package. I mean, generally, you will have a clinical, you will have a guidance. And then after, you have guidance for different diseases. And then you can, you need to have a prioritization when you're at the stage of a health benefit package. So there is a prioritization that uses a certain type of cost effectiveness analysis. I mean, I didn't enter here into the details. But it's really context. It's really context specific. So NICE in the UK, they develop clinical guidelines, and they also say, which services are going to be provided. But in France, it's not the same. In Ethiopia, it's not the same. So each country has very different approaches.
So I was saying that sometimes having a benefit package that's already known can affect the clinical guidelines.
So the health benefit package it's a list of prioritized health services. So for example, that will be included, there will be a list of prioritized services to be provided by your healthcare system. But you may have interventions that are not included in there because maybe the burden of disease is really low or it's a very expensive intervention, but you may still have clinical guidelines for those type of disease. Yeah.
So we have other questions
And
here.
sometimes it's the same body doing the two.
Many thanks, Professor. I have two questions. The first one is regarding the intangible cost and outcome. What's the best approach or methodology to translate it to monetary or utility or qualities, like pain, like worrisome, insomnia? This is challenging to translate it to monetary or as regarding the cost or outcome. Second question, transferability. Could we, do we need to adjust our socioeconomic parameter like inflation rate, in unemployment, or cultural norms, social norms, to adjust the cost-effective threshold or willing to pay? It is different, quite different from a society to another.
Okay. No, thank you. So yeah, no, if you're around when you think about utility, you know, the quality of life, etc., you generally use the cost-utility analysis rather than a cost-benefit analysis. So you will use the cost-utility when you look at the quality of life, or it's what they call the health state preferences. And I've just seen in the literature that some have been developed in Egypt very recently through like a light approach. Ahmed will know, but yes, there has been, yeah. And it's very few countries, especially in, you know, in the region here. So they've done, I think there is Egypt. So basically it means that they will reflect, because, you know, people have different health states preferences, you know. Me, I may be, you know, something that I found, you know, I'm tired or painful is just going to be very different than, you know, another person or in another culture as well. So, you know, each country is going to have a population that have very specific preferences for the health status in which they are. You know, it's very it's culture dependent. So it's always good to use things that are relevant to your context. And so that is on the benefit side. On your on the cost side, I think you mentioned, anything that you can adjust that is not locally relevant, you need to adjust it. And including, so it can be an economic evaluation that was done in Egypt in 2015. You probably need to adjust for inflation, you know, for the increase in the cost between 2015 and 2022, especially with inflation going on those days, right? And if it's from outside, from another country, you have got the prices to adjust, and likely, you know, a lot of like different other things that you need to, like, for example, even the number, you know, your number of nurses, or, you know, you may need to think about maybe the comparator is assuming one visit at a primary healthcare center, whether maybe then you in your own context, you will say, oh no, it's 2 visits generally that we do for this type of disease. So you really need to look thoroughly that the economic evaluation is relevant to the context in which you're taking a decision.
Okay.
You can give it to her.
Can I have a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Again, thanks for the presentation. Allow me to quote directly from a slide you have made about the first slide about the economic evaluation in the process of writing recommendations, because it may be either a phrasing issue or a major change in concept. You said in the second bullet, the more advantageous the resource utilization, the more likelihood of a strong recommendation. If it's a phrasing problem, I feel that you mean the more likelihood the recommendation will be implemented. But if you mean that we will state strong recommendation rather than weak recommendation, incorporating economic factor, this will be a major change in the concept of the whole workshop, because for the 2 days we have been taught that the strong recommendation is based on the strengths of the evidence and the guideline reviewing process. I want to check, is it a phrasing problem or?
So I'm going to ask my GRC Paul. So Paul and Nathan, you know, there is this phrase about, you know,
Can I read it
I need
again?
to have it exactly, I think
Yes,
from the
I
WHO
have
handbook.
a very bad handwriting. The second bullet in the slide of the economic evaluation in writing guidelines says that the more advantageous the resource utilization, the more likelihood of a strong recommendation. I don't believe in this phrasing. I mean, probably you mean that the likelihood, the resource utilization, the more likelihood of a strong application of a recommendation, a better application of a recommendation. But you taught us that the strength of the recommendation is determined mainly by the quality of the evidence and so. You didn't incorporate economic factors, our resource utilization factors, in stating this is a strong recommendation or this is a weak recommendation. So can we refuse the phrasing, or we have now a new concept that while we are phrasing our recommendation, we can say that it's strong, including economic factors?
I mean, I think tomorrow's illustrative going through an evidence to decision-making framework may help answer your question. I don't fully understand it at the moment, but I think I understand where you're coming from, which is you're sort of trying to make a strong recommendation and then make it conditional on something else. And what you should probably do is that the strength of the recommendation depends on the evidence in relation to the systematic review of effects, the feasibility, the judgment about balance between costs, the acceptability. So, in a sense, what's the evidence to this? Maybe avoiding your question, but in the past, guideline panels kind of tried to take all of these things into account in their heads, right? That's how clinicians often work. There lots of information coming from different, and it's impossible to take all of those bits of information in comprehensively. So in the process of making grade transparent, there are a series of things of which effectiveness is only one. Obviously, you're not going to recommend something that isn't effective. And so the factors around costs and economics is built into the decision making and the strong or the conditional recommendation at the end. But I'm not sure whether that helps.
I think.
I said there is an objective way, or definitely there is a scoring system to say that this is a strong recommendation or a weak recommendation from the academic point of view, right?
So
does this incorporate any economic assessment or just clinical data about the quality of the evidence used to say strong recommendation or weak clinical recommendation?
Yeah. So yes, the evidence to decision-making process, which we will go through tomorrow.
Yes, this is past. This is past the recommendation.
Yeah,
after the recommendation.
This is that leads up to the recommendation. Yeah, there may be. Yes, I
Yeah. So we will, as Paul says, we will go into this in a little more detail tomorrow. But there will only be one strength of a recommendation. The recommendation will either be strong or it will be conditional, based on a number of considerations, including cost and cost effectiveness.
Thank you. I wait for tomorrow.
If tomorrow it's still not clear, please raise your hand again and we can try to help some more.
Okay.
I've been trying to ask a question to Edith and also for the national people that are going ahead with organizing these guideline panels of how they're going to handle this in relation to economics. One of the things that we know is that the most difficult interventions to make a decision about are ones that are effective but also expensive, right? So, and that's why, and that's where these judgments come in. But what happened when we were working on the COVID guidance with in the national level in India is that many of the physicians on the panel, I'll just move away, many of the physicians on the panel were in dual practice, so they were working in the government sector and they were working in private practice. And so they'd look at a drug that was quite expensive, and so they judged there was some evidence of effectiveness, and they judged that they would give it to their private patients. Or but then they say, well, actually, it's not that good, so in the public sector, we probably won't recommend it. So then there was this sort of slightly surreal discussion where we were talking about different recommendations, whether you were working in the private sector or you were working in the publicly funded public sector. And I think that is, I don't know quite what, we did away with that. That was going to be far too divisive and not useful. But I thought it's a kind of a tricky area, and I wondered whether people had any thoughts on that, or how this might be handled, and whether the recommendations, WHO recommendations, are usually implicitly related to the public sector. WHO operates in the framework generally of the public sector. So I don't know your health system well enough to understand how you're going to do this, but it will be a tension within your physicians and in the thinking. Wondered whether Edith had any ideas, or whether the people organising the guidelines here had an idea about how they were going to manage that.
Okay.
Can I just respond to this last question? I mean, yeah. So we, during the day, I think we established that evidence on effects can be transferable from one country to the other, but the cost evidence is not transferable. And in fragmented countries like Egypt, for example, it's not even transferable between one institution to the other. So that's the point you're making here. So as part of my job, I'm representing WHO as a member of the pricing
Ahmed,
committee.
If you are referring to Paul's question,
Yes.
it was a different question.
I mean, on the resource use.
No, it was about sort of, let's say, there is a medicine that has been shown it is cost effective.
Yep.
Globally, let's say it's recommended in Canada, but then it's very expensive in terms of affordability for the public sector in Egypt.
Yeah.
What would be the position of sort of, recommendation that, so that you may, because of affordability issue, or let's say cost effectiveness ratio, the threshold issue, you may not recommend it for the public sector. What happens to the private sector issue? So that's the sort of, system design. And my reaction to that would be actually a question to you, Paul, because it's not just about the governments or the settings that have a big private sector presence. It also applies, for example, to the UK, where the majority of the sector is public health, so publicly funded services, but then there have been occasions when NICE recommended against a treatment because of being very close to the threshold or being very costly, and then there was a discussion of what happens to the private sector and what happens, so the same applies here. The problem we have in our region is that the size of the private sector is quite big. And because of that, the implications are much bigger. So, this is a very difficult question, and this is a question that really the country should address really well. It's also very much linked to the benefit package. But given that, for example, my experience in countries similar to the context of Egypt, the main principal question remains the same. So let's say if the added value of the intervention that is expensive is so high that is affecting the health of the public, then the argument becomes to argue with the public sector to cover it. So then that becomes the role of the committee, that role also for the benefit package. I mean, the question that Madam asked earlier about the relationship between a guideline recommendation and the benefit package coverage. But if the value is not that high, is limited, then the private sector should be discouraged to use that as well. So sometimes, the differences are marginal and becomes sort of to a level that is actually becomes a discrepancy between. So many of the cases end up like that. So in majority of the situation that we have, but yeah, it's a good.
I have a question here. I just want to support my colleague here on the economic situation because I'm not relaxed about it. In the sense that, as far as I understand with the guidelines as WHO definition, it is recommendations to help care providers and patients take informed decisions. So, and it should be transparent and explicit. So I'm a bit uncomfortable with I'm happy with the very explicit way of coming to the clinical effectiveness. But I'm very worried about integrating the economical point of view in a very implicit way in coming with the recommendations. And I'm afraid that that will be used implicitly for rationing. For example, a colleague of mine said here, what's the relationship between guidelines and universal health coverage? So it will be used in rationing of what services to be given. So how can guidelines be explicit in the utilization of the economical or the monetary knowledge and declare it in the guideline? Because I think patients and the community should know that there is drug A, which is very effective, but the government or the authority is not going to give it to me because X, Y, Z. So I'm putting this question forward. It doesn't have to be answered today. I mean, how do we have guidelines which are explicit in this particular area and that is not used by policymakers to ration services given to the community? Thank you.
Maybe sort of, I mean, the discussion, I mean, so let's be some direct, and then the direct question answer, we can actually identify the areas that are highlighted. So, I mean, going to back to the question gentleman raised about the text that Edith has in her presentation. I mean, the short answer is that text is correct. The text doesn't need any interpretation. The reality is that you have evidence coming from research, any type of research, including economic evaluation. The research could be excellent. But let's say if it shows that if you give drug A, I would have less itch here than drug B. So the difference, I'm making a sort of joke, so it's not a reality, but would have a clinical benefit is really little, but it's proved 100% based on best evidence that it is more effective. So then in a way, you have a sort of high certainty of evidence. The evidence quality is really high. But you probably will not make a strong recommendation because itching on the left hand for 5 minutes in the day is not something that affects the society, it's not something that affects the people that much. However, if you find a study that's showing that, for example, there is evidence of effect that is certain, so you have some certainty, and then it shows that dramatically also reducing the cost of the system, then obviously you are more likely to say, this is a useful thing. It's also dramatically reducing. You make a strong recommendation. So in a way, as Paul and Nathan also referred, you look at the whole package. So this is not changing that the statements coming forward. So just bear with me for a second. So the other issue I want to highlight is the issue of the relationship with the benefit package again. So I'll try to make clinical, because a lot of these issues are better identified when we look at the example, because very much context specific, related. Let's say in the benefit package, I'm guessing it is, because almost everywhere it is. So hernia operation is covered as part of insurance. So we have that, okay?
I just want to clarify that we as clinicians, we concentrate on the clinical factors, if this drug, new drug, is more effective than the old drug. So we think that we have to give the patient this drug.
Sure.
But the policymakers, they strongly recommend any intervention that is cost effective. And this is an important issue, because even when we introduce quality into health services, quality means the best use of our resources. If my resources cannot allow me to introduce all the new technologies and the new drugs, I have to choose between them, and the choosing will be by the cost effectiveness. And this issue must be put in our minds as clinicians. Not every new technology or drug will be affordable here in Egypt. And the other point, I want to thank Paul, Arash, Edis for raising an important issue, which is patients' preferences. Because most of we, as clinicians, always think about our preferences, especially here in Egypt. While doing guidelines, an important issue is to look into the patient's values and preferences.
Okay, so I mean now we have good time. So maybe here and then Magdi, and then getting back to you, so you would have the final word in the discussion. So please go ahead. Yeah.
Physician-patient shared decision making decision, shared making decision is very important, as Dr. Murad said. But there is two ways may minimize the cost of medical service. If we apply Egyptian guidelines, may make the materials or requirements more less expensive, because the theory of mass or volume cost relationship. So we will ask about the same investigations, the same new drugs, so the price will be less. Another issue, rearrangement of the resources. If we apply, most of us apply the Egyptian guidelines proposed to be done, this will make the service, we can arrange resources so it will be less expensive, so can be applied in large scale. What is your opinion about this?
I mean, that's following what Professor Murad said, so that's the principle. So let's listen to...
Actually, as Dr. Murad said, and also Arash, let us all remember that guidelines are guidelines. They are not mandatory, like a religion. It is not a religion. It's a guideline that guides practice. This number one. It has to be done to the best evidence and to be the best practice recommended by the expert people. And in NICE, for example, it has an account on cost and cost effectiveness, definitely. Because at the end of the day, this is a guiding kind of document and knowledge that will guide the practice, which is decided by another tier of the health system, which is the health system governance structure that decides which package of service. And when I'm talking about package of service, it includes what is going to be used within the package of service. If I am including one intervention, it is what is going to be covered within this interventions, and the insurance authority decides on that, or the health system governance body that decides on this. And in the meantime, it has to do with the purpose, actually. The purpose of guidelines is to provide, to cover people with the best service to the best outcome. So if I'm not looking at cost at all, there is no health system in the whole world that is not cost-oriented, because whatever budget for health you'll put, it is not sufficient for the services you are providing. So you have to be minded with the cost effectiveness and the cost and the sustainability. So here comes the choice, and how much you will implement out of these guidelines. So it's not black and white. It is never black and white. And it is not looking at one aspect without, I mean, like Dr. Murad says, we are doctors, we are focusing on what's best for the patients without looking at the bigger picture of whether or not we're going to be able to continue providing this best service to the patients. So we have to look at all these factors in the meantime.
Thank you. Do you have a mic? Please use a mic down there. Yeah. And you know, we have one slide left of the day, so let's do that as well, so then we can all go home.
I want to revise with you to draw a timeline in my confused mind, okay? So let's
you
use,
asked
let's,
very clever question.
Let's draw it in the form of a timeline where there is a task, there is a time frame, and there is a responsible party for doing this task. First task, the committee should state guidelines, Egyptian guidelines, okay? The task is stating Egyptian guidelines. The responsible part is the committee for the guideline formation, and the time frame is 2 months, in the subject A, okay? This group should ignore every other confounding factors like budgets, and just revise the evidence and systematic reviews about this topic, and say that this is a strong recommendation in Egypt, and this is a weak recommendation in Egypt, period. End of the function of this guideline writing committee. Then the second task in the timeline will be for the decision maker, whoever he is. He may be the head of the state, the head of the government, the Ministry of Health. He will take these recommendations or guidelines, which are pure academic and clinical, and add the factors of the economic evaluation, the circumstantial, the equipment, the whatever, and form the adoption of the Egyptian guidelines. Takes a decision, as you said, it is a vivid decision, takes a decision of adoption of the Egyptian guidelines. Am I true, or there is overlap between those two factors?
I mean, no, let's put it the other way, I would say. So, I mean, you are raising important issues, and these are part of the, that's the difference between a guideline that is, for example, a society guideline and a national program of guidelines. What happens is that when you are doing a national guideline through a national program, when the committee gets to a final recommendation, and the recommendation is also cleared by the steering committee, that's a national decision. It doesn't need a further revision later. You see what I mean? So in a way, that's the job of the national committee. So when we say NICE guidelines, so Ministry of Health asks NICE to do evidence synthesis, do recommendation. The membership of the steering committee is identified. They come up with a draft guideline. The guideline is put on consultation publicly. People react to it, goes to external review, and there is a steering committee that look at it. When everybody clears it, that's a national guideline. So what timeline Egypt will work and on what topic, etc., you will see. I mean, there obviously, I mean, always policymakers want it sooner, they want it quicker. As Dr. Naima puts it, saying that, so the minister wants it yesterday. So that's the true reality of life. And she says 100 years ago. So in a way, that's the reality of life. At the same time, what can be done? Because in a way, on the other hand, if you get to a position that you cannot make a recommendation to improve the situation. As a committee, we say, I cannot make a recommendation. You are not going to force yourself to say something just to have said something. You will not be doing that. So in a way, it would be also identified. One of the reasons that Dr. Fauzi, I mean, for example, pushing for this agenda is actually to make all of us on the same ground. By all of us, I mean colleagues in Egypt, so that they work together quicker, they go forward quicker, and then they come out. So all of this going together. But bear in mind again, the guideline program, when it's done nationally, it affects benefit package and is affected by the benefit package as well. So by that I mean, for example, let's say if there are 5-6 medicines that can be given to a certain disease, the difference between them is limited. There is no evidence that shows one is heavily better than the other or much more cost effective, but then already in your benefit package, drug A and B are listed, then even if you say the ROC-C, the economic sort of the benefit package or insurance argument says, well, I mean, you didn't show any evidence that C is better than A and B substantially, we keep to A and B. And sometimes in certain countries, actually the guideline committees are recommended, do not recommend any medicine that is not already part of approved list of medicines in the country. So there are conditions on what to do. On the other hand, let's go back to the hernia example I wanted to make. So as Magdi was saying, so when you say that there is a benefit package, it's sort of, let's say hernia operation is covered, and then you say what is covered inside hernia. So I don't know whether, for example, in Egypt, use of mesh is covered or not. So mesh might be covered. But then as a committee, you are doing the assessment, and then you see a new generation of mesh has come. And then in your assessment, you see if you use the new generation of mesh, the relapse of the hernia will be much dramatically reduced. So you make a recommendation for that mesh. That might affect the benefit package, saying that the new mesh is recommended, but with condition A, B, C, 3. The same goes, for example, for prosthesis. I don't know whether prosthesis is covered under insurance or not, but then the new generation of prosthesis come, then you show, for example, the end of sort of the expectation of the end, but the lifespan of the prosthesis can become better, the relapse or recurrence becomes less, then it affects. So they talk to each other. You are within that context, the same way that you think of your clinical issues, issue of the health system, everything going there. Okay, so we are having a very good discussion, and we are one slide away from, and I've missed the pointer. Yeah, it's here. And I don't know whether this slide is of any use anymore with the detailed discussion we've had, but let's do that. So it's a very simple, no, sorry, it shouldn't show itself like this, but it's showing anyhow. I did work on the thing, so not then I have to show it all together. I want to do it one by one. Okay, this is a very simple decision tree. In economic evaluation language, when you have different options and you weigh the weight and outcome on each option, is called a decision tree. The real decision trees are much more complex than this. They have different outcomes. But so what we have here is this is coming from a national guideline that was developed in the UK many years ago. So it's about the treatment of lung cancer. The case is that non-small cell cancer, lung cancer, you can do best supportive care and chemotherapy, okay, plus best supportive care. So your care, adding certain chemotherapy. As you can see, there is the name of the medicine is not there. So there are a lot of details that are not there, but we are assuming it's a clear package. What you have here, if you do best supportive care, the person will be alive on average for about a year, with 45% quality of life. So you've done the utility assessment, quality of life assessment, and that's 45%. With the chemotherapy added, so let's say about a month's length of stay, you have additional 60% quality. So better quality of life, longer period of life as well. But then obviously chemotherapy costs money. So the cost of best supportive care plus chemotherapy is about $7,000 per patient, per case on average. And the cost of best supportive care without chemotherapy per patient on average is $5,500. So you lose a bit of money, but you gain outcomes. When you do a simple cost effectiveness analysis threshold, that's what you do. It's a very simple, if you have this, getting to these figures is difficult. That's the thing, you do all the evidence. When you have these figures, the calculation is very easy, as you can see. So you gain about sort of 0.1 portion of a year, so let's say 1 month you have. In terms of quality of life gained, so that's sort of the period that, so you actually adjust the quality of life with the sort of period of life. So that's 1.1 times 0.6 minus 1.1 times 45. So actually your real gain is bigger because it's not just length of the life, but also quality of life has gone down. Then the issue becomes your 1,500 cost divided by the quality gain. Then that becomes what we call is 7,000 pounds per quality adjusted life years. So that's the calculation. That's what we call cost utility. But then if people refer to that as cost effectiveness, it's also fine because it's used as a general terminology. So then the question is, then now is the policy orientation question come in. Is 7,000 per quality adjusted life year reasonable or not? That's where Edith in her presentation had the sort of threshold discussion. So at a national level, in the UK, I don't know what is the exact figure right now, but for many years it was about 22,000 per quality adjusted life years. It was extended to 30,000 quality adjusted life years later on. So this is well below that threshold. So then they make a recommendation that chemotherapy to be added. But if you end up, let's say in the context of UK, becoming $100,000 per quality adjusted life years, still there is a life that you are adding to the person. As a society, what you are thinking that, well, do I have money to do everything else I need to do? Because that's, yeah, there are a lot of other cares that I need to do. Just think of the hepatitis C issue in Egypt. If the price of hepatitis medicine had not been reduced substantially, it would not have been possible for the country to address it. So you cannot ignore the cost issue, because then even if you have said, well, I cover it, then you would have only covered a small fraction of people. People who have probably were living in larger cities were more likely to receive it. People who were more educated were more likely able to receive it. As a country, you invest in issue of make it cost effective, and then you do it as a public program for everyone, which becomes object. So I stop here. So this is the final slide of the day. And questions, comments, and my... Of course, yeah. Cost is cost. But then also the challenge is that how to get good data there. And the way to... And there are a lot of technicalities there, methodology there, so that's why we have colleagues like Ahmed here and colleagues in universities who are experts on the issue to support the agenda. Okay, any further comments? Yeah. No, I like it when you call lunch at 4 p.m. in Egypt, so I'm still not used to that. So I mean, for me, lunch is 12. Yeah. Okay, no further questions? Comments? Yes.
Can I ask about the importance of systematic reviews and economic evaluation? Because as I understood from the discussion, is like it's not very easy to transfer knowledge from context to context. So what is the importance? Thank you.
Yeah, that's basically, I mean, the extension of what Eddie said. So the basic thing is that, so you look at what is available in terms of best evidence. So for example, if you are lucky and you find a systematic review of existing economic evaluation on your question, let's say, the recommendation is about whether mammography screening should be done for sort of cancer, breast cancer detection. So there are systematic reviews on that. Then the issue becomes how to adjust that in the context of Egypt. So you look at what is the source of the data, the source of the cost, and then you use the national figures from Egypt, and that's the transferability issue that Edith was saying. Then you adjust the value. So you have the basic structure, and that gives you the model for how to conduct it. So that's the sort of, I mean, the ideal scenario, what we are talking. So that means you have evidence from elsewhere coming, but you have also data from on your context, you can also apply it. The reality is, and sometimes the case is much different. Most of the time, as Paul also mentioned, I don't think he mentioned it in the plenary, but in our discussion highlighted, very often what we have is that we do not have enough economic evaluation evidence to sort of, for every PICO we are discussing. So many PICOs end up without enough economic evaluation situation, especially for the context of a given country, for example, like Egypt, when the sort of such research is limited and the cost data may not be well analyzed at the national level. So when that's the case, let's say I'm dealing with a scenario that I'm looking to adapt guidelines. I find 2-3 guidelines common, one say European Society A, another one national guideline for Australia, and I found another guideline for Brazil. I assess all of them. They are technically fine. They are relevant to my PICO. They have made certain recommendations. They've looked at the economic data, and economic data has not changed their recommendations that much. In Egypt, I'm going to make similar recommendation. I don't have the cost data. I may not be that worried that I don't have it. So there I would go ahead and maybe the adaptation, I do it with more confidence. That becomes part of my argument. If I'm unlucky and the situation is less, I mean, that was an example I was giving to one of my colleagues. So I found 2 guidelines, one coming, let's say, from Canada, the other guideline coming from South Africa. They've looked at also economic evidence and the impact of economic evidence on the sort of preference of the option has resulted in different recommendation between those. Then that's the area as a committee I will be anxious. I will be trying much more to get economic data. I might look at the local data, try to sort of, so in a way that those are parts of decision as you make. And again, ideally, as Edith said, this is part of your planning as well. So when you have your 3 PICOs, 5 PICOs, 6 PICOs, you list them. If you are expecting some of them becoming more relevant to economic data as well, being affected by economic data, then highlight them sooner, invest on them sooner. So anyway, so we are not trivializing the task, but it's important to consider all those aspects there. Who wants to ask or say the final word? Anyone? Edith, do you want to add anything? Yeah, thanks. Ahmed, do you want to add anything? Okay. Okay, let's go to lunch. Yeah. And tomorrow, what time are we coming tomorrow? 9, so it's starting sharp at 9. So many thanks for being on time every day, so that's excellent, and see you tomorrow.